guests, if you cannot find a chair in this room, you can follow the opening speeches from the adjacent halls. We have provided the live stream there. So if you cannot find the chair in this room, please go to any of the halls, Biotech or MedTech hall, where we have live stream. Thank you. Poštovani, ukoliko ne možete da nađete stolicu u ovoj sali, molim vas da odete u neku od susednih sala gdje je obezbeđen live stream. Dear guests, if you cannot find the chair in this room, please go to any of the adjacent halls where we have provided the live stream.
Honoring the past, we learn from it and embrace the potential of emerging technologies that are transforming the world and our country. We have established the AI Research Institute, a state-of-the-art data center, a supercomputer, and the European Center of Excellence for Advanced Technologies in Sustainable Agriculture to harness the tremendous potential of technology to serve humanity and protect the environment. 5 years ago, we had a holistic vision to bring together research institutes and PhD researchers in one place, creating an inspiring environment for the collaboration between life sciences and technology to generate new value in medicine, agriculture, industry, and environmental protection. In 2022, we launched this forum, opening the doors to a new era of collaboration.
Serbia recognizes the importance of science for facing big challenges. We can do it only together within the Bio4 campus.
In 2023, we pushed the boundaries of biotechnology and artificial intelligence. Today, our holistic vision is becoming reality. At the heart of Bio4 campus, Serbia's brightest minds will soon work together, merging academic expertise, genomic repositories, and bioconvergence to push the boundaries of science and shape the future. Our role is to ensure that breakthroughs enhance public health, education, and industry, and that they are used to promote broader progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. We owe this progress to the invaluable support of our partners, UNDP and the World Economic Forum. Born from data, algorithms, and human ingenuity, I stand here today as your co-moderator, ready to guide you through this journey. My name is Lena. Welcome to AI for Life Biotech Future Forum. Welcome to Belgrade. Welcome to Serbia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our friends from Serbia, the region, Europe, and around the globe. Welcome to the third Biotech Future Forum here in Belgrade. My name is Zoran Stanovic, and I have a great honor and privilege to be your moderator today.
Moderator? You mean co-moderator? I thought we were doing this together.
I was just trying to feel the temperature of the room, my dear colleague.
The temperature of the room is exactly 22.8 degrees Celsius. The atmospheric pressure is 1,022 millibars and the humidity is 62%. And no, Zoran, you're not sweating yet.
You measure it, I feel it. That's teamwork. And teamwork is what today is all about. We are thrilled to be surrounded by so many bright and talented people who are shaping the future through innovation. Today's event brings together visionary businesses, government leaders, and university experts, all united by a common goal: to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and stimulate innovation for a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow. Now I have the immense pleasure of welcoming to the stage someone who truly understands the importance of investing in the future. A visionary leader and passionate advocate for science, she is one of the key creators of Bio4 Campus project. As many of you know, this initiative will bring together researchers, entrepreneurs, and companies to drive advancements in biomedicine and biotechnology. With her vast experience in research and innovation, she continues to inspire both scientists and entrepreneurs alike. Please join me in welcoming our Minister of Science, Technological Development, Innovation, Dr. Jelena Begovic. Thank you.
Dear colleague Minister of Culture and Innovation of Hungary, Hanko Balázs, dear Mr. Dušek from the World Economic Forum, this is Ms. Živković from UNDP, distinguished colleagues, esteemed partners, dear guests from the companies, from science, and all others who recognize the importance of the science, the importance of artificial intelligence, and the importance of biotechnology. First of all, for all our guests, welcome to Belgrade and welcome to Serbia. And let me welcome you in front of the government of the Republic of Serbia. And it is my real great pleasure, personal, as a scientist, but also as a minister, to welcome you on this year's Biotech Future Forum, Artificial Intelligence for Life, where we come together to explore the last advancements in the artificial intelligence and biotech, two fields that are definitely profoundly shaping and changing our future. As a scientist and someone really passionate about science and new technologies, I truly believe that we live in extraordinary times. Not only we are witnessing a technological transformation, but we are also experiencing a shift in the evolution of our lifestyles, the evolution of our societies, but also witnessing the changes in our own evolution. In the 21st century, technological progress is not slowing down, it is accelerating. We are living in the era of fourth industrial revolution, where innovation defines every aspect of our lives. With this in mind, we must ask ourselves, are we ready to lead this change, or we will just simply observe from the sidelines? Serbia has chosen to lead, to participate. Our commitment to innovate is clear through the initiatives like the building and the development of the Bio4 campus, with the goal of positioning Serbia as a key European and world hub for biotechnology, IT, and AI, and everything that comes in between. We are proud to have the support of institutions like the World Economic Forum, the United Nations Development Programme, and numerous international actors, ensuring that Serbia remains at the forefront of cutting-edge technological development. This forum is more than gathering, and I have to say my heart is full when I see so many people present here today. This is an essential part of the larger strategy aimed at embracing the fourth industrial revolution and fostering digital transformation. This industrial revolution is characterized by a fusion of technologies that blur the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. Oh, our Miss Elena has gone. Okay. It builds upon the digital revolution, so the third one, and it is marked by the rapid breakthroughs in emerging fields, particularly in big data, AI, and biotech. By bringing together policymakers, scientists, entrepreneurs, industry leaders, so all of you present here today, we aim to showcase how AI and its interconnection and merging with the biotech and with the bio fields can address some of the most pressing challenges that we're facing. These two fields have already begun revolutionizing areas like healthcare, sustainability, environment issues, and also economical development. And the pace of change will only accelerate in years to come, so we have to be awakened. The Biotech Future Forum is not only about discussing the advancements, but also about demonstrating practical and real-world applications. The topics we will explore, from the strategies, ethics of AI, but also the power of genetic data, the power of big data in healthcare, and along that, innovative different treatments, including the cancer treatments, which are really critical to shape our collective future. Whether it's through radiopharmaceuticals, new biological therapies, advancements in different therapies, diagnostics, or the use of unconventional data sources, we're witnessing a revolution in how we approach the healthcare. Equally important is the role of AI and biotech in achieving the goals of sustainable development. By harnessing the power of AI, we can make strides in addressing climate change, optimizing resource use, and developing green technologies. And they are not only beneficial for us, but what is most important for the future generation. And at the core of this initiative is our belief that we have to take the approach, demonstrate and inspire. This is why we see this forum as a platform for inspiring actions, both here in Serbia, but also on the global stage. We want to ensure that these groundbreaking technologies do not remain confined to laboratories or theoretical discussion, although this is important, but are also applied in ways that benefit society as a whole. And our journey does not end here. This initiative, AI for Life, includes a series, and you will see during these 2 days, workshops, educational campaigns, media engagements, and we will continue to spread the benefits and the world of AI and bio beyond the academic and professional spheres. We believe that everyone should have the opportunity to understand, to interact with, and benefit from these technological advancements. And I would like to sincerely express my heartfelt thanks to all of you, our partners, our experts and attendees, because on this journey we are together. Your participation and expertise are crucial to making this forum a success, and together we can foster innovation, promote sustainability, and improve healthcare for the benefit of all. So to close, let me emphasize this. The future is not something distant. It has already been created, and we want to be part of that creation. And through our collaborative efforts, we will ensure that these amazing technologies are developed responsibly, ethically, and in a way that improve the lives of people everywhere. So thank you for your attention. Thank you one more time for being here, being a part of this endeavor. I wish you a productive and inspiring 2 days of this Biotech Future Forum. And let us seize the opportunity to drive the meaningful change and demonstrate that Serbia is ready to lead in this era of bio-AI, technological transformation for life. So enjoy, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for inspiring and encouraging words, Dr. Begovic. Today, more than ever, we need a clear leadership that looks toward the future, inspires action, and fosters a culture of collaboration. And speaking about collaboration, Elena, would you like to introduce our next guest?
Processing. Just kidding, I've got it. Our next guest is a managing director at the World Economic Forum. He oversees key initiatives within the Fourth Industrial Revolution with a focus on harnessing emerging technologies like biotech and artificial intelligence. As an advocate for technological governance, he plays a crucial role in promoting initiatives that enhance the global competitiveness of regions through innovation-driven strategies. His vision and dedication are shaping the future of global collaboration in technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mirek Dušek.
Good morning. First, I have to say, Jelena makes my bio sound much better. So thank you for that. Minister Begovic, Ministers, Assistant Secretary General Živkovic, Dr. Jovanovic, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to say how thrilled I am to be back here after 1 year. I was here exactly last year on this occasion on behalf of the World Economic Forum. And it's really great to see how much work together we are doing, how much progress we're making. It shows the forward-leaning nature of this country. And just to tell you how important this work is for the World Economic Forum with the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution here in Belgrade. I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to the government of Serbia, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution here, and UNDP overall and UNDP Serbia for hosting the Biotech Future Forum. Serbia is an important partner for the World Economic Forum, and we value the strong relationship we have forged over the years. At all levels, Serbia brings its leadership and unique perspectives into the global dialogue, which the Forum promotes and thereby contributes continuously to our mission of driving positive change and improving the state of the world. The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution is a prime example of our successful partnership. Since its establishment in 2022, we have worked together to shape the future of technology and society. I'd like to express my gratitude to the government of the Republic of Serbia for its commitment to this partnership. The achievements we have made together are a testament to the strength of our collaboration, and I look forward to building further on our joint successes. This year marks the third time we have gathered for this summit, and the theme, AI for Life, couldn't be timelier. And it couldn't be more connected to the overall work of the World Economic Forum. We are now at a pivotal time also for our work. We are preparing also the annual meeting in Davos, which will take place in January next year. And the theme we've chosen for that summit is collaboration for the intelligent age. So the intelligent age for us is a big theme stemming directly from the work that we're doing on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. But why are we calling it the intelligent age? Because like the Minister, what you said before, we do believe we are living in extraordinary times. If you look at the pace of technological advancement, pace of innovation overall, it's really quite a unique era that we are living through. And our whole point is it's not one technology, it's whole sets of technologies that, of course, bioeconomy, AI, quantum, health tech, energy tech, we see a lot of momentum across those technologies, and of course we see feedback loops, how they interact with each other and how they then exponentially are going to market and changing industry, economy, and society. But the theme also has the collaboration word in it, collaboration for the intelligent age. And that means for us that for us to be really able to unlock the potential of these technologies and these innovations, also, for example, for productivity, we need new forms of partnerships. We need to work on collaboration. And it is also because, yes, we're all excited about the intelligent age, but what we also work on at the World Economic Forum, we track, of course, other things within the global economy. And there are powerful forces that, if I were to exaggerate, you could call them the forces of fragmentation. And so you just look around the global economy, we are seeing concepts like industrial policy now being pursued and really changing the political economy of countries around the world. We are seeing decision makers in economies that are hyper-connected using language like trade distortion measures explicitly as a tool that may be used in certain instances. And we know, of course, that if you look at the numbers from the WTO or the IMF, they are warning if we have a protracted fragmentation in the global economy, it could cost us 7% of global output. And then, of course, when it comes to fragmentation, it's not only the economic fragmentation. We are seeing, of course, social polarization in certain societies. We are seeing it then at the ballot box. We are seeing also, of course, a more contested geopolitical space in the world. So it's really at this intersection of, if I were to again exaggerate, the intelligent age and the opportunity that it has, and then those forces of fragmentation or a scenario around an age of fragmentation as well. So our mission, if you will, overall, is really how do we crowd out those forces or at least decrease the drag of fragmentation and really maximize the opportunities around the intelligent age, as we would call it. And so AI for Life, the theme of this meeting, could not be really more connected to overall the work that we do at the World Economic Forum. And so we feel the transformative power of AI as its impact moves into real-world solutions that are reshaping lives and industries. And we count on the expertise of people we gathered in this room today on anticipating how AI will change biotechnology to the better of humankind. The first drug fully designed using generative AI to treat a rare lung disease has now reached the second phase of clinical trials. What used to take 5 to 6 years now has taken less than 18 months, with costs reduced by 60 to 70%. This shows how AI is already speeding up and significantly improving drug discovery. Another illustrative breakthrough in the medical field comes with the approval of the first gene editing therapy in the United States. This one-time treatment offers the promise of a lifelong cure, showing remarkable effectiveness. It's a game changer for genetic disorders, especially those with no long-term solutions, and it opens the door for more advances in personalized medicine. The convergence of biotechnology with AI, quantum computing, and robotics, again, this is a big focus of ours and a big focus here, the convergence of these technologies in driving this transformation forward, steering us towards safer, more secure and prosperous societies, with the potential to generate $2 to $4 trillion in direct annual impact in the period between 2030 and 2040, the bioeconomy is poised to play a central role. Biology already impacts every sector, and now, accelerated by rapid technological advancements, it is providing solutions to essential needs such as resilient food production, innovative therapies, sustainable fuels, and materials designed to reduce waste or pollution. As these technologies continue to evolve, their potential to address global challenges grows, marking this as a pivotal moment where science, sustainability, and social progress converge. I'm confident that the discussions we will have today and tomorrow will not only raise awareness on these important topics, but also build new partnerships and showcase Serbia's ongoing commitment to advancing biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution network, we have 20 of those centers around the world, and that network is rapidly growing, is a global platform that helps leaders anticipate emerging technologies and accelerate their sustainable and inclusive adoption. 3 years ago, Serbia became the first country in the region to join this network by launching a center focused on biotechnology and AI in healthcare. While building a national biotech ecosystem, C4IR Serbia, as we call it, has become a trusted partner leading the World Economic Forum efforts to shape global policies. So I'd like to underscore really the work we're doing here has global impact, programs and systems for responsible biotech advancement. The center's thought leadership is reflected in a recent co-published report, among other things. We have this co-published report highlighting strategic policy interventions in bioinnovation across key sectors and demonstrating how effective frameworks can drive scalable and impactful solutions that address shared challenges. Serbia's unique role in biotechnology also took center stage at our annual meeting of the new champions in China in Dalian, which is our second biggest meeting that we do around the world. You had a very strong delegation there this year. You also had a very strong delegation there last year. There, we highlighted the importance of creating an enabling environment to scale biotech and discuss how biotechnological innovations are not only enhancing healthcare and food production, but also addressing critical challenges such as environmental sustainability and energy efficiency. We are hopeful that today's meeting will build upon these discussions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, just to say again, number one, we are extremely happy, extremely proud of our collaboration with Serbia, with the center. You would know better, Minister. We have a lot of experts on the bioeconomy and biotech here in the room, but of course this is not a new field. We've been at it for a while. We have also quite a few experts within our ranks, but it is a new era in terms of this convergence. So we believe that, if you will, under the rubric of the intelligent age, where you see the convergence of the bioeconomy with many other technologies, that this is really a new era, and that's why I wanted to also congratulate Serbia on being a pioneer in this field, and we are thrilled to be working with you on this, and of course are committed to this partnership going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dušek, for the inspiring words. We are proud to be part of the network of 20 global centers under the World Economic Forum, and the first in the Western Balkans. We're confident that the expertise and value this network brings will continue to guide us, helping us navigate challenges and reach our goals even faster.
Speaking of reaching goals, our next guest is a global leader in international development and economic cooperation. With a remarkable track record at the UNDP, she has led transformative initiatives across Europe and the CIS region, always pushing the boundaries of sustainable growth and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Ivana Živković.
Good morning, and great to be here. Minister Dr. Begovic, Executive Director of the WEF, Mr. Dušek, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is really great to be here in Belgrade for the third Biotech Future Forum, held once again, and a piece that is rapidly becoming a beacon of technological progress and innovation in the region of the Western Balkans, but also much wider. This gathering, a collaboration between the government of Serbia, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations Development Programme, is a testament to our vision of harnessing new technologies and to meet the most pressing challenges of our time. The theme of this year's forum, AI for Life, could not be more relevant. The Pact for the Future, recently adopted by the UN General Assembly, reaffirms the worldwide commitment to sustainable development, digital cooperation, and advancing technological capabilities to benefit all people and protect our planet. We stand at a critical juncture where science and technological innovations offer unprecedented tools that, if used responsibly, can address existential risks. In this regard, biotechnology and AI provide solutions to a number of interlinked global challenges, including public health crisis, climate change, and food security. As the United Nations AI Advisory Board recently reported on governing AI for humanity, we're optimistic about AI's potential for good. However, we remain realistic in assessments of its risk and the current inadequacies in AI governance structures. The technology is too important and the stakes are too high to rely solely on market forces and fragmented efforts. We must actively seek inclusive and equitable governance, ensuring that the impact of AI is not left to the selected few. There is a power in diverse dialogues among experts, policymakers, business people, researchers, and advocates, like at this Biotech Future Forum. Truly, they can lead to a common ground and tangible results, collaboration beyond disciplines, sectors, and regions. Allow me to reflect briefly on some of the most promising areas of progress to which UNDP contributes every day, both here in Serbia and across the region. To boost innovation, we continue to support the government of Serbia in its pursuit of knowledge-based economy. Together with the Ministry for Science, Technological Development and Innovation, as well as the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we're supporting the establishment of the environment conducive to research and development in biotechnology and development of the local biotech ecosystem. We're engaged in comprehensive efforts of the government to digitalize the health sector and assist the work of the newly formed National AI Council. In parallel, UNDP in Serbia brings together national and local decision makers and international development partners to provide co-financing and expert guidance for public and private companies, scientific institutions, and civil society organizations to accelerate the green transition. By leveraging digital innovations and biotechnology, we're creating new opportunities for sustainable growth. Since 2017, UNDP mobilized over 500 innovators and innovations with overall financing of over $200 million. We're presently supporting over 80 public and private companies in their green business endeavors through technical and financial support. Some of these examples you will be seeing throughout this forum. Our analysis under the SDG investor map for Serbia lists biotechnology under 13 investment opportunities, apart from being profitable, that contribute to sustainable development of the country. The market size of the sector is up to 1 billion, which is a significant figure. Finally, we look forward to seeing how the Bio4 campus in Serbia develops as a major investment of the country in bioeconomy, from an idea and a vision we shared into a hub of knowledge and innovation for the next generation of biotech leaders, providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and fostering partnerships between academia, industry, and the government. Our engagement in Serbia is at the forefront of a wider UNDP effort in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, emerging technologies have the power to transform our societies, but we must build frameworks that allow them to flourish safely and equitably. The United Nations remains committed to providing fair access to all the opportunities while protecting the vulnerable populations and future generations. I thank you very much, and I wish you a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful speech, Ms. Živković. Your passion and dedication to driving meaningful change is truly inspiring, and we are happy to have had a chance to hear your perspective today.
Our next panel will explore how government strategies can pave the way for innovation and collaboration. We'll see how working closely with policymakers can unlock new opportunities for businesses, research, and technological growth. This session will dive into the role of governments in supporting advancements in biotechnology, AI, and public health.
Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Aitu Goksu, Head of Network and Government Affairs Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution World Economic Forum. And also welcome our expert panelists, Dr. Jelena Begović, Minister of Science, Technological Development and Innovation of Serbia, Dr. Hanko Balaš, Minister of Culture and Innovation of Hungary, and Dr. Fabio Scano, World Health Organization representative in Serbia.
No. Oh, mine is working.
Yours is working.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Hello. Hello.
Pomešano.
Hello.
Small technical problem.
Can I have the hand mic?
Yeah.
hand mic, please. Hand mic. Hand mic.
Imate mikrofon normalan.
Oh. Oh, maybe yes. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Good morning, dobar dan and dobrodošli u Beogradu. And my name is Aytur Göksu. I'm head of network and government affairs at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, based in Geneva. And I've been joined by a distinguished panel this morning. They don't need an introduction, but I will just go without a specific order. Next to me is Dr. Jelena Begovic. She's Minister of Science, Technological Development and Innovation of Serbia. Right next to her is Fabio Scano, who is World Health Organization representative in Serbia and Special Envoy of the Regional Director for Western Balkans. Last but not least, Dr. Hanko Balaš, Minister of Culture and Innovation of Hungary. It's such a pleasure to have you in this panel. And I have to also commend the hard work of the government of Serbia, UNDP, and our center in Belgrade, led by Jelena Bojovic and the team. So we have two objectives with this panel. The first one is to highlight the importance of government strategies in fostering innovation and technology. And the second objective is to deep dive in how AI is affecting key industries, particularly healthcare and biotechnology. Indeed, government strategies are key to fostering innovation in an economy, from creating a vision and strategy for business, academia, and society, to providing the right infrastructure, or from allocating funds to reskilling and upskilling. Governments or regional blocs, such as the EU, are introducing new strategies. Let me also share a quote from one of my favorite books, The Entrepreneurial State by Mariana Mazzucato, who says, "A mission-oriented economy means asking what kind of markets we want, rather than what problem in the market needs to be fixed." So, Minister Begovic, I'd like to start with you. What kind of a market do you want Serbia to be with the biotech revolution? What is your vision for Serbia?
Well, I will just go a little bit the past, let's say 5 to 7 years ago, when the strategical decision was made by the government to go towards digitalization and the development of IT industry. So it was, to a certain extent, top-down decision, but nevertheless, you can make a top-down decision, but if you don't have, human capital, you cannot do anything about it. So partially, it was organically grown from the ecosystem with a quite strong STEM education, experts and engineers, experts in IT and engineers, and the young generation of people who wanted something else. So this is how the Serbia became recognized on the global level as a pool of talents, but also a place for good investments. But it didn't happen, overnight and by chance. So the government worked really on policies, on tax incentives, on building infrastructure, like science technology parks, like national data center. So you have to do everything in parallel. But we were lucky we had a pool of talents, and we had quite ambitious young generations. And then in 10 years, from the export of $370 million of IT services and products, now we are reaching $4 billion. So there is a result. And we found our place bringing into Serbia now R&D centers of the largest IT companies. Those companies are acquiring our startup companies. So we have a quite live and successful ecosystem in IT. But things are changing. We have now the appearance, although it's from 20 years ago, the appearance and the much more applicable AI. So it will also change the IT world. So we have to prepare for that in IT industry and software programming, coding. I think everything will be done like avatars like Ilina, much better than we're doing as humans. And it will reshape this technologies, this field. But now we decided to take one step forward, and that is the 21st century. It's a century of biosciences, definitely. Maybe 20th century was more physics, mathematics, and IT. Now we entered the bio world, and the intersection between these two, I call it bio-AI, it will open new fields, and we have to be prepared. We have a pool of talents. We have excellent experts in biotechnology from different fields. We have excellent engineers. We have the decision of the government to really take this big step, because biotech quietly differs when you compare it to IT. It's longer, it's more riskier, it's more expensive, but at the end, the impact is huge. So we are aiming at the new market that maybe even today doesn't exist, and it will be formed in 10 years, but we have to be on board, we have to be on this train. So I do see Serbia as a creators. I think we do have energy, I think we do have a potential, and also it's not just Serbia, it's a regional, it's a broader, but we want to be a visible spot in this. So we are aiming at a market that it doesn't exist even today, but in 10 years it will be formed.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I'd like to continue with Minister Balash with you, but before doing that, I will have another quote from my favorite book, which says, "In fact, there isn't a single key technology behind the iPhone that has not been state-funded." I know that's quite compelling, but it might be true. So my question to you, maybe you can give us an example, or broadly speaking, any industry that you're seeing thriving in Hungary that was probably state-funded at the inception, or you're doing a lot of work in that space.
Thank you. So thank you for the invitation. I congratulate you on your third prestigious conference on biotech, artificial intelligence. So first, I just would like to introduce our ministry, because it's a really special one. So we are responsible for family policy, youth policy, culture, but also the reason why I'm here is our third pillar, which is innovation, science policy, higher education, and also vocational training and adult training. And the reason why we have all of these four topics together, that our system could be more resilient to the Hungarian economic needs and the Hungarian society needs. And for that purpose, we have just launched the John von Neumann program, which is absolutely of a kind of impact-driven science policy document. And the example I would like to use is, of course, the example of our fresh Nobel laureate, Professor Ferenc Krausz, and it's curiosity-driven research, because it's not just laser physics. It is something new, and that's why we call his center Center for Molecular Fingerprinting, and the methodology, what they have, that laser physics methodology is really useful also in biotech, combining with artificial intelligence, how to detect, how to pre-diagnose from a blood sample through this very cutting-edge laser technology, the cells, the blood cells, the blood samples, and that's how we can transfer to that kind of research into real action. So that's maybe the most attractive example, how we can have our Nobel laureates on board through such a very important molecular center for fingerprinting research center. And may I add one thing to it, that this center is also a collaborative partner of Semmelweis University. So that's how we combine the new university model through this new innovation initiative and with our excellent experts. So, thanks.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. I'd like to move to Fabio because, Fabio, you're the WHO representative in Serbia, but you also have a regional overview. But before coming to Serbia, you served in China, and that coincided with the outbreak of COVID-19. And I believe it was a very tough job, especially addressing the outbreak at the very beginning. So well done there, I have to say. Maybe you can provide us a more regional or global example how government strategies are important from the WHO perspective in healthcare industry. So over to you.
Thank you, Aytug. I didn't know where you were going with the question. I was a little bit, okay. First of all, even before we delve into it, I've heard a lot of sneezing, a cold, and everything, and it's a flu season, guys. And we are talking about science here. And really is a plea for everyone to get a flu shot because it's about time, because nobody's immune, but Yelena or Elena, I haven't understood exactly her name yet, but it's very fascinating. And the reason why to do it is not only science, because if you get sick, you cannot come here and listen to these beautiful speakers, except for me. So really make the right choice when you go back home and get a flu shot. I did it last week in Novi Pazar, and I'm proud of it. So your question. Actually, you asked, first you asked Minister Begovic about the market, then you talked about industry. To us, is very much the importance is what is the role of science for government. And the link of COVID actually is a good one, because we have seen during COVID how science has been jeopardized by policymaking. Let's put it in this soft way. So what we are doing with the Director General and the Chief Scientist, Jeremy Farran, who is the former director of the Wellcome Trust, is to call for an initiative commission on science for health and economic growth. And when I think of it in the Bioforum, there is a very good relationship. Countries like France, Czech Republic, Brazil, South Africa, Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, they've already expressed their interest. It's going to be a commission with the G20, with the patronage of the Secretary General, and with the OECD. I tried to convince Minister Begovic to lure Serbia to express interest as a country. I hope that this is the defining moment. But in essence, it answers three questions. The first one is, what is the ecosystem that you have to put in place for science to have a role? And the ecosystem shouldn't be targeted to produce more patents for the country. That is an outcome. It should be for technology to meet the public health when we talk about health. And it should, the governance and ethics as a major role here. The second aspect is financing, and is what is the role of a government and public financing to attract the private financing, but what for? Is not for profit of industries, and of course that will happen, but is for having a resilient and sustainable science environment, with the aim of having, of course, technology bridging public health. And last but not least is how you use science, and I think it's in the interest of a Minister of Science, and how it's picked up by the government after what happened in COVID. A very good example, if you're asking the practicality of this, is what has been done in Estonia. There is a very similar somehow to the environment of Serbia, because it's a small country. They put technology at the forefront of everything. They looked at lung cancer, all aspects of it, from diagnosis to prevention to care, and they identified 15 aspects of bottlenecks where AI could help. There are also aspects where AI cannot help. If you don't have staff, you don't have staff. You cannot do much about it. You don't replace, and that is a major thing. And the outcome was what? An improved health outcome for the population. That's what ultimately you want, and that's why I brought up this example. because science and biotech and AI is for the public good and the good of people. The good of people in health is to have a better health outcome, period. The rest will help to support this.
Thank you so much, Fabio. You mentioned COVID-19, and that reminded me of the early days, and I remember that Serbia did, I have to say, much better than many other European countries. And Minister Begovic, was that a result of a government strategy? Do you think that you were prepared to address such a pandemic?
Well, nobody was prepared. As I can see a couple of years later, nobody was prepared. I hope that we will be prepared better in future. I hope not near future, but who knows. It was the government, but also science played a quite important role, along, of course, with the physicians, with the doctors, where science somehow stepped in to help the whole ecosystem, for instance, to improve the testing rate, because we were not prepared at that moment. We didn't have the need for that. So the scientists from really all over the Serbia volunteered for that first year, and they developed high-throughput testing laboratories, different methodologies, different even products to be used for testing. So somehow the public realized, okay, science is important. In a quite challenging moment, science stepped in and really helped. And somehow the science was brought to on the surface and became important, and we are now trying to use that wave. And I think it happened on a global scale when it comes to science, but also the application of AI and different IT programs and solutions in order to make the vaccination rate more successful, the provision of the vaccines. So all over, it was the government. Of course, the science is a part of the public sector, but that collaboration and common challenge for everyone somehow made the best of everyone. So I think even on the global level, we demonstrated, I mean, the science solved the problem of the vaccines, and it really demonstrated that you can make a vaccine in 6 months, which is, I think, the greatest achievement of what we did during the COVID, because it can be done. It can be, the vaccine can be developed, safe vaccine, efficient vaccine, different types of vaccines in 6 to 8 months, which was really not possible and plausible before that. So that makes me, confident that in a case of a similar event, we stand a chance.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to shift gears here and move to the topic of AI, since we gather here to discuss AI. AI is revolutionizing, of course, the healthcare and biotech industries alike. And I believe that the colleagues here in the room would agree with me that we need to build a global consensus and new partnerships that are, upholding ethical AI, or, make AI more inclusive in healthcare, make it more cohesive and responsible. So it's an open question to the panel, so please feel free to come in to respond. How is AI changing healthcare as it is today? And are you more optimistic for the future or more pessimistic with these tremendous changes that are happening? And maybe you can give a specific example of where you see a massive transformation that AI is bringing. So open to anyone. Minister, please.
So I think the biggest question is, and we have just discussed it, option A, AI will use us, or option B, we will use AI. And our role and our responsibility is to have and to facilitate option B, that we should use AI. And I think that AI has already changed healthcare and also biotechnology. We all know computer tomograph prediagnosis of AI or MRI, or even in Hungary when we have a very unique and special national-owned health insurance fund. This is a huge potential for AI-used pre-diagnosed or predictivity through our health system. But also, you mentioned clinical trials and biotechnology, and through AI, we can foster the whole clinical system through high-through screening as well. But just to give you a concrete example, as minister who's responsible for innovation can facilitate option B, is that we have the National Laboratories Program, and we have just launched a National Laboratory of Biotechnology, when we, through AI, focuses on 3 very unique and important things, like how to develop new antibiotics, the mRNA technology, and also the therapy for rare diseases. And these are absolutely important, not just for Hungary, but for Europe and for all over the world. And the other our national laboratory is the Artificial Intelligence National Laboratory, when we use not just our EI, but our talented math and physics professor to work with EI, and also on security and protection of personal data as well. So option B, and we should be very, very, very clever and smart on that.
Thank you for that. And Fabio, I know WHO has flagship reports on use of AI in healthcare, and is an advocate of introducing new technologies in healthcare for building, efficiency, or identifying or early diagnosis of illnesses. So the same question to you here.
Yes, but allow me to put it a little bit into perspective, because you ask about optimistic or not optimistic. And this is where my actually China experience kicks in, because I've been there for 10 years between 2010 and 2020. And what was impressive was really the pace of implementation. So e-wallet arrived in 3 months, no cash anymore. E-bikes arrived in less than a year, 200 million e-bikes on the road. But at the same time, there was facial recognition, voice, whatever, social credit. That it was the debate of the global narrative. And so my perception of AI was a little bit of discomfort. So perception really matters in the world, because it's how we see and we perceive the issue. And they are made from not fully informed science and information. So what did I do? I started trying to understand what AI is, and I got very shortly, and use science to counterfact this perception of mine. Basically, we know that the computing power is doubling every 2 years, and that is what the computers are doing. With AI, it's doubling every 9 months. What does it mean? That we are in an exponential growth, while the doubling for computer without AI is linear growth. Human mind doesn't do well with exponential growth. We go into panic. We think the changes will happen tomorrow, and we underestimate the changes that will happen 10 years ago. In the 80s, I remember I was 13, I was a teenager at that time. A TV presenter who introduced to the Italian audience CD-ROM, now is paleontology. And he said, in 1 year, we will have the computer monitor on a sheet of paper. It took 20 years for the tablets to break. So in this context, we don't know the future of this AI. What we know is we can shape it, or what we want with the values that we want. And that's what is the document that you are referring about. And what is it? Are to implement the principle, the ethics, the accountability, not only for the bad actors not to act, like the gene sequencing that you were referring to. We have a Nobel Prize also in chemistry from last month. The same technology can be used for profiling patients and not giving health insurance. You don't want that. That is the negative things that really bothers you. But what we want is the best use that we can make. It's up to government. WHO is providing guidance on what are the principles that you want to be implemented. And I think that as an individual, the right approach that you can have is just curiosity. Then it's leave to the institution on how to deal with the governance and the ethics that really matters to make the best out of it for the public good.
And do you think that the WHO and other partners are building a consensus around the world for ethical AI in healthcare? Where are you now?
Well, we are in a world where consensus is at stake, and it's not only on AI, it's on very big things. This Commission for Science for Health and Economic Growth will go also towards that direction. And again, you need principle and ethics to agree with. If you don't have those that cuts across, we won't go very far. Another thing is countries are in a different phase. Serbia wants to produce biotechnology. The need for upstream policies before these are produced is much higher than a country that only receives the technology, that they might be in a stage of having downstream policies once the application is there. What happens with GPT? Once you got, the countries panic and they start doing laws and policies. So the principle have to be the same, but the pace of implementation and what you need as a country, it differs across the globe. Just a reminder, the top 10 AI companies are all in US, China, and one is in France. There is an inequity of access to AI too, and equity for health is a fundamental concept. You want equitable access to the research that you get through science.
Thank you, Fabio. I'd like to continue with you, Minister, and I will add to my earlier question, what are you most excited about for AI and energy, healthcare or biotechnology?
Well, is it working?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have the feeling. So first of all, we're not going to give up on AI. We cannot switch it off tomorrow if we decide that something is happening or not happening. At this moment, listening to different experts, I think we don't know even where we stand on the AI and where is it going and how it's going to evolve. But it will evolve. Whether it will reach our brain power, in certain areas it already did. Whether it's going to be creative as we are and what is the source of our creation, that's another question. But the two fields that I see really that will benefit mostly in some, let's say, 3 to 5 years. First is definitely the medicine and pharmaceutical industry. The second is challenges related to climate change. But what is a big challenge? Databases, high-quality databases, the standardization of those databases and the formats of the data that can be used for the research and for the development. When I said we developed the vaccines in 6 months during the COVID, so mostly it was due not to the speed up in knowledge, because knowledge was there for 20 years, but the administrative part, bureaucracy, long procedures were somehow shortened, and the effect was amazing. So the application of AI in the development of new therapies, in advancing the diagnostics, I think it will revolutionize this field. So instead of having the drug that is maybe now, today, the candidate molecule, and it will end up in 15 years, and it will help someone who will have the problem in 15 years, if we can reduce it to 7 years, 10 years, I mean, every month counts for the patients, it's going to be amazing. But we need more data, we need more science, we need more power from the electricity. I mean, I know you heard now that Google is building 12 or 13 small nuclear reactors just to support the development of AI within the Google. So we will have to use some other technologies that we also have concern with. I mean, nuclear energy, when it's used for good, it became a green source of energy, but it also can be used for the destruction. Nevertheless, we didn't give up on it. It's quite important to have a consensus on a global level. We did have it with nuclear energy. Now it's been fragmented. Serbia became a partner of GPAI, Global Partnership for Artificial Intelligence. We will chair next year this organization. It already has 44 countries. We will have a big meeting in December on the ministerial level of GPAI. So we are trying to be on those who are decision makers. It's quite important to follow it, to run after this technology, at least run after it with policies and with ethical frameworks. We finished our second strategy for the development. We will enter the development of the law for artificial intelligence, and meanwhile the artificial intelligence will develop. We will lag behind, but nevertheless, we should at least try.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Maybe one important topic is skills. So talking about AI, you know, the need for skills is everywhere. It's not only in emerging markets, it's also in the very developed economies. So what are the right government strategies, policies for, you know, reskilling or upskilling your society to make sure that this AI revolution delivers to the benefit of the public? This is, again, an open question. Feel free to answer. Maybe.
Okay, well, I can start.
Yep.
Well, first, this question of general public. So everyone has to educate to a certain level. So we have to focus from the younger age, they will live with it, but also the whole population needs to educate, needs to learn how to use AI. We have to keep them informed about the benefits, but also the other sides of the AI. So that's one level. When it comes to the development of talents, we introduced coding as obligatory topic in course in elementary school from the 5th grade. We introduced different courses in secondary school directly focused on AI or machine learning. We are now making new programs, and we will have two types of people, those who are really using on a basic level for their own benefit. So many people, I guess everyone is using ChatGPT, and this is only the beginning, just as a source of information, or for someone's, I mean, those advanced versions, they can help you to develop even your first startup and develop your innovation. So it's amazing how we're now mixing our brains with those with the artificial intelligent brain. So education is important. How to educate the population, I think it's the most important thing, because we are seeing now different theories that people are prone to, and then if we don't know how to use it, you know, it's quite easy to misuse it from some side. So education and a completely new approach to education, particularly new generations, that will, again, it's very difficult to imagine how the world would look like with the AI in 5 to 10 years, when we are witnessing for past 3 years such an exponential growth.
Yeah. Minister Balázs, would you like to respond to the same question?
Yes, I think it's important, and what I just mentioned to you, that we have universities, vocational training, and adult training together, because lifelong learning is very important. from perspective of AI, but when we want to have the new technologies through our national or international industry. And that's why, for example, in vocational training center, every second lesson, it's digitalized lesson to know how to use the new technologies. But also, on the other hand, digitalization important, and every second lesson is digitalized, but also through dual training, all these young people are in the real work in industry circumstances. And that's why we think that our proposal, our council recommendation for EU, which we call strategic partnership, where we collaborate university centers, vocational training centers, economic players together through that digitalized world, absolutely relevant for our country's competitiveness.
May I? Fabio, did you want to come in on this question?
On skills?
Yeah, on skills.
I think you have two aspects of it. The first one is one of the applications, as Minister Begovic said, is about the medicine. Think about clinical trials and how they will happen in the future. That is not exponential, that is linear growth, in the sense that the AI can well replace the timing, because it can not only substitute the human beings, but it can also might require a shorter period. So how do regulators manage it? How do we train the regulators to do it? And again, there is equality and equity. FDA and EMA might have the skills, they approve the drug. What do the other countries do? And that is why it's so important on this aspect. The second aspect is a reality check. Right now, on a linear growth, we are not replacing healthcare staff. There are many places in the world, and also in Europe, where access to healthcare is still an issue. AI can work as an enabler, but not as a substitute of the healthcare workforce. So thinking about the future is very good, but Elena is not present in every corner of any country around the world. So focusing on how to use AI to maximize our current workforce is also something that we should take into consideration.
Thanks a lot. I know that we don't have much time, but I'd like to turn to the audience to see if there is a question from the participants. Madam, maybe can we have the microphone, if we have a hand mic? And if you can identify yourself. And, but
here's
it's
the microphone.
For the benefit of the audience, yes. And just a brief question, please. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Yes, thank you for this wonderful introduction and very stimulating, and enlightening comments. I'm Andrea Neondisseos from the Republic of Cyprus, and I am a physician, and a scientist at the same time. And my major concern is how well prepared are the governments for the clinical adoptance and applicability of AI in health and all the tools that are being generated to come to the point to prescribe or give, instructions for the patients on how to use, and for who the reimbursement codes. Are the economies, do we have plans towards, training clinical practitioners, physicians, medical students? The technology is there, but we need to take it to the clinic in order to have an impact to the patient. This is my question to both ministers and the WHO representative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Minister, you have 1 minute.
Well, just in short, I forgot the most important thing. Well, our experts need to also educate themselves in the medical care system, and we have to do it systematically. There is always resistance, to new technologies. I have to work, but we have to explain that this is saving of their precious time, so they can focus on what they do. It will reduce the administration. For instance, our AI Institute developed on our national AI platform assistance from the side of AI, where mammography
photographs. Through the machine learning, the AI learns so how to prioritize what are, the suspicious, even maybe not seen by the naked eye. So you can prioritize and you can make it more efficient and for the patients. But we need to educate, even in science, in different areas of science, we all have to learn about the application and usage of AI. I mean, I personally love to learn all my life. Not everyone, has that idea. But nevertheless, they will have to learn. Once it becomes user-friendly and they see the benefits, I know that they will embrace it.
Yeah. Just one sentence. So the ancient times when I was a professor at Semmelweis University, my topic was, research topic was patient education, patient compliance, and also health literacy. So this is a key issue, a new and challenging key issue, that through health literacy, how we can educate our patient the right use of AI.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, can I ask for the mic again? There's a last final question from the floor. I think it's working now. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I know we are late, but I felt we need one last question. So my name is Danilo Mandic. I'm the president of the International Neural Network Society. So thanks to all the panelists, you are right that the AI is a huge opportunity for bridging the digital divide between the underdeveloped and developed countries. But we have a new phenomenon. We have a divide in terms of both digital divide and wealth in terms of big international companies like Google, Microsoft, and even governments. So Google are building, according to Dr. Begovic, 11 small nuclear plants to power the development of AI. Serbian government or Hungarian government, I don't think they could do that. So the question is, there's some initiatives, ideas, at least from the academic world, who are idealists. So in academia, we have big ideas. We go there not for money, but for big ideas. In Europe, we have CERN, which is the nuclear accelerator where all the European governments, or most of them, invest. And Europe is indeed leading in particle physics. Is there any initiative in Europe of a center similar to CERN where European countries would chip in so that Europe would at least have similar supercomputational power to those in big international companies in the US? Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I know, I don't think that there is an idea of centralized data center on European level. I would say it's also fragmented, as far as I know. I haven't been investigating this deeply, but it's been fragmented. I mean, I see CERN as the only infrastructure in Europe that is really shared and recognized and perceived as something, as a common infrastructure. So as far as I know, I don't know whether there is the idea of centralized power, but this is becoming a big challenge with the development of AI.
Do you have an answer, Minister?
Yes, of course, it's a key issue, and as you all know, the Hungarian government and the way of our thinking, it's also a sovereignty issue. Data protection, data collection, big data use. So there is a need for harmonizing on EU level, but also it's a very strict question from our national data protection and sovereignty perspective as well.
Great. Thank you so much for the great panel. And may I ask for a round of applause for our panelists today? And I'd like to conclude the panel now. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Thank you for this conversation. It was inspiring to hear how our esteemed speakers view the roles of governments and policies in encouraging innovation in healthcare, biotechnology, and AI.
Sorry if I can keep you at your chairs for a little bit. Now we have an inspiring voice in biotechnology, someone whose insights have shaped global innovation. Dr. George Yankopoulos, a leader at the forefront of biotech advancements, co-founder, president, and chief scientific officer of Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. His work serves as an inspiration not only to colleagues here, but also to aspiring young scientists across the globe. And I really want your attention, and I really think you should stay and hear. No, it's okay. Please. Please, I think it is going to be really, really great and inspirational. So please be a little bit more patient. Yeah. Mr. Yankopoulos, please welcome to this. No, it's okay.
Can we dim that light? I can barely see, by the way. And I'm going to wait for everybody to sort of get everybody's congregated and everybody's attention, if you don't mind, so I'm not distracted. So, first of all, I want to say it's an incredible honor for me, and I'm very emotional about being here in person. I actually spoke during the pandemic at this conference a couple of years ago, but due to the pandemic, I could only do it virtually. One of the reasons why it's very special for me to be here is that I have important roots right here in Belgrade. This is my great-grandfather. He was born in Belgrade. He became a physician, scientist, biologist, founder of the Serbian Academy of Sciences, founder of the Serbian Red Cross, became mayor of Belgrade and prime minister of Serbia. He was always held out as an example to me, one of the reasons I became a physician, scientist, biologist. And in some ways, he established the roots of the life sciences in Serbia, which this is the legacy of. And I have to say, I am very impressed with how the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Dr. Jelena Begovic, seems to be not only carrying out this legacy, but taking it to the next level. So I'm here to talk about, how to promote radical innovation for the benefit of humanity, and why rethinking everything that we think we know may be the biggest key to that. In a bit, I'll tell you a little bit more about me and my company's track record, which might give you a bit of a reason to at least consider what I have to say. But first, I want to sort of perhaps get a little controversial here. We are at a conference celebrating AI and its importance to the life sciences. At Regeneron, we use AI and big data as much as any company. In fact, we're recognized for having generated the largest human sequence and EHR-linked big data set in the world, founded on the largest collection of human sequences in the world. But the real question is AI and big data the answer to promoting radical innovation and creativity? So to answer this question, we had a radically innovative idea. How about we just ask AI? We ask GPT, are you the answer? And AI tells us that AI can contribute to innovation. However, human creativity is crucial for radical innovation, AI lacks the ability to make creative leaps beyond the data. If you think about it, AI is entirely trained on everything that we know and everything that we've already done. But it cannot leap beyond its training. It cannot think outside of the box. Dr. Begovic mentioned it. Will AI ever be able to be creative? Right now, the essence of the technology has no creativity in it whatsoever. You will need an entire quantum leap to a new kind of AI in order to be creative. We may never achieve it. So, if AI is not the answer, where can we look for answers? Sorry, my slides somehow a little not shown up. But, well, where can we look for answers? Our company, Regeneron, is arguably the most innovative company in the history of biotech. So a lot of people ask me, how do we do it? How are we innovative? What are the keys to the kingdom? From our perspective, we agree with AI. It's all about promoting human creativity. We can't forget the human element. And in fact, we have to work a lot harder than we're working on, not to just focus on these incremental, supplemental technologies that are tools to help human creativity, but we have to work harder to understand the principles by which we can optimize the human element and its essential role for creativity. So about our company, and to give you a little background, so maybe it provides me a little credibility, so maybe you'll really consider my perspective and what I have to say. Let me tell you a little bit about us and how we promote radical innovation for humanity. We're always trying to live up to our motto of doing well by doing good, and for us, in our field of biotech, our definition of doing good is coming up with effective new medicines for the many patients and diseases that had no previous treatments. And what a lot of people don't understand and appreciate is that arguably and quantifiably, inventing new medicines is one of the hardest endeavors that humans undertake. Why? And what are the numbers? There are 5,000 to 10,000 biopharmaceutical and biotech companies in the United States alone. Yet only 20 to 40 new medicines are approved each year. And most are not really new medicines. They're either me-toos, follow-ons, or they're not for big diseases, they're for rare diseases. So if you look at the numbers, less than 1 in 100 companies is successful in creating a single approved medicine. There's no other business that you can imagine that is so difficult to be successful, where the rates of success are so low. Even for the largest companies, success is very difficult. They don't invent their new drugs. Many of you may have seen the attacks on the largest biopharmaceutical company, Pfizer, recently, for being so unsuccessful with their approach. What the biggest companies do is they don't invent their own drugs. They look in the entire ecosystem over these thousands of companies, and they try to buy or in-license what they think are the rare successes in the industry. And unfortunately for them, and as they've been widely criticized, that approach has not been working for them over the last 5 to 10 years. So can you imagine any other industry where less than 1 in 100 companies has even modest success, and the vast majority of companies go out of business, and the largest companies can't figure out how to succeed? So when we started Regeneron, we wanted to build a different type of company. I think after 35 years of recognized innovation, after inventing and discovering over a dozen new medicines, we feel that we've started to do that, but we feel that we're also just getting started. The numbers support the fact that we have created a very different kind of enterprise. We have become one of the top 10 largest biotech companies in the world, and we're the only large-cap biotech company founded and still run by physician scientists. We do think that that makes us special. We're the only large-cap biotech company that invents all its own medicines. We have more than 10 times the industry success rate, and it's all driven by our own technologies that we invented. And what do these technologies deliver? The leading medicines to fight blindness, diseases like asthma and other allergic diseases, heart disease, cancer, and even cures for Ebola and for COVID-19. And just to give myself a little personal credibility, I myself have been ranked among the 10 leading scientists in the world by the Institute for Scientific Information, and I'm actually principal inventor of 2 of the world's top 10 leading medicines, as well as several other medicines, including Eylea and Dupixent, which have helped millions by reversing or preventing blindness and by treating allergic diseases from asthma to atopic dermatitis. And I've also led the discovery and invention of many of the world's critical and most productive biotechnologies. So we have the track record, we've done it. We've been recognized as being perhaps the most innovative company in biotech history. And the question that we constantly struggle with is, how can we optimize the most important aspect of what we try to do, which is innovation? And for us, it all starts with humans. We believe that human-based innovation is our most important weapon in our most important war, that for survival of our species against the myriad existential threats that we face, from disease and the healthcare burden, which is increasingly becoming unmanageable, to climate change and environmental threats, and to the sociological drivers that distract and divide us from a united global effort for our own survival and advancement. So how do we think about it? How do we try to optimize it? We try to identify the principles that are requisite for innovation, and we try to figure out how to best promote it within our culture, within our ecosystem, and within all of our scientists and our scientific efforts. And these are fundamentally the principles that we've developed and we follow. First, and perhaps most importantly, you have to be willing to risk failure. You have to understand that if you're going to do something that's so hard to do, that less than 1 in 100 companies even do once, you're going to be failing a lot. And you're going to have to figure out how to engineer around those failures if you're going to really survive. So to do anything that eventually will be a great advance, you have to understand that every day that you're doing it, you're risking failure. The second thing is that while you have to believe that risking failure is critical to leading to great advances, you shouldn't believe in almost anything else. You have to challenge everything. You have to have what we call a beginner's mind. I personally hate the fact that during the pandemic, all these people were talking about believe in the science. That violates the first rule of science. The first rule of science is you don't believe the science, you challenge it. The third critical innovation principle is to constantly strive to identify fundamental truths. What so many people don't understand is that most truths that we currently believe in that sound so complex when they teach it to you in school aren't actually true. And the more complex the truth actually seems, the less likely that it is to be true. It turns out that when you really understand something, when you get to a fundamental truth, it becomes so exceedingly simple that you should be able to explain it to a smart 10-year-old. Another thing that you should be striving to constantly do is to identify the limiting bottlenecks to progress. That's another thing that stuns me. How often people don't stop to say, why can't we do this? What's keeping us from doing this? What's keeping us from making incredible progress? They don't stop to try to figure out the limiting bottlenecks to progress. Once you identify fundamental truths, and once you understand what the limiting bottlenecks are to progress, you realize that often these very fundamental truths themselves can lead to creative, simple solutions for these limiting bottlenecks and leading to great advances. And in our business, in the biotech world, these advances, these simple solutions are often breakthrough platforms that can repeatedly deliver new medicines and new cures. So as I said, these are the key innovation principles that we've developed over time, that we've built our entire company around, and that have been driving our unprecedented success over the last 35 years. The willingness to risk failure, the drive to challenge everything, to have a beginner's mind, to not believe any of the science that you learn, to instead always search for fundamental truths, to realize that everything that you're taught that seems so complicated is probably wrong, and when you get to the real truth, it's incredibly simple. So simple, a smart 10-year-old can understand it. You also have to constantly try to understand what's holding you back. Most people don't pause and stop and say, you know, why? Why am I not achieving success? When you follow these principles, you realize that the fundamental truths often lead to these creative, simple solutions that overcome the limiting bottlenecks and that lead to the success that we need in our industry. To address what I said is quantifiably the hardest challenge humanity faces, which is coming up with new medicines for previously incurable diseases. So, these are our principles. I've told you we have a demonstrated track record of success. I want to show you actually how it can work, okay? I want to give you examples of these 5 principles in action for us that worked. And when we followed these principles, they actually led to exactly what I'm talking about. Great advances that changed the practice of medicine, delivered game-changing medicines to patients that previously had no hope. So, this is my first of 3 examples I'm going to give you. When we started Regeneron, about 3 decades ago, most drugs were what they called small molecules or chemicals. What people didn't even think about is that small molecules could not effectively block growth factors. People were beginning to understand biology and realizing that sometimes too much of a good thing, too much of a growth factor of an interleukin could actually cause disease. But they couldn't use traditional medicines at the time or small molecules to block these growth factors. What one had to understand was that the limiting bottleneck to curing diseases might simply be coming up with an entirely new drug class, an entirely new way to actually block something that could not be blocked by the existing drugs at the time. So, we at Regeneron spent years to understand fundamental truths. We became world leaders in identifying, cloning, and characterizing growth factors, interleukins, cytokines, and their receptors. And we learned this fundamental truth, that essentially all growth factors work by binding to a receptor on the target cell surface, and if it's too much of a growth factor sometimes, too much activation of that receptor can cause disease. Up until this time, people were trying to develop small molecules to block this interaction to cure these diseases, and failing. This is where human creativity came in and came up with an exceedingly simple solution based on understanding this fundamental truth. What if we simply used the receptor itself as a drug? What if we cut the receptor off the cell, made a soluble form of it so that it floated around? Wouldn't they act to intercept the growth factor before it got to the receptor and act as blockers of this symptom? So we understood a fundamental truth, and we came up with a human creative solution. AI could never do this. This is so simple that if you think about it, if you gave all these facts to a smart 10-year-old, they should be able to come up with a solution. Why was it that nobody else came up with these solutions? Because they weren't focused on understanding the fundamental truth and understanding how they could use it to address the limiting bottleneck. And this, for us, at Regeneron, led this one simple idea, and this approach, based on our innovation principles, led to 4 FDA-approved medicines, including one of the most important medicines in the world, one of the world's top 10 leading medicines, EYLEA, which is the world's leading treatment to reverse and prevent blindness due to macular degeneration, diabetic eye diseases, and an assortment of other diseases. So this is one example of how it can work very effectively. Fundamental truths, identifying limiting bottleneck, overcoming the dogma of small molecules are the most important drug class, putting the fundamental truth with the limiting bottleneck, new drug class, game-changing drugs to treat previously untreatable diseases. Here's another example. In some ways, similar principles. I think that now we all understand and appreciate that antibodies are nature's natural medicine. But when we started Regeneron, there was only one FDA-approved monoclonal antibody. Why was this? Because at the time, we were limited by dogma and the limiting bottlenecks. At the time, antibodies could only be derived from other animals, other species, and given to humans. But they were very limited in their use because as humans, we reject all foreign proteins and foreign antibodies from other species. So antibodies, though very powerful and nature's natural medicines, could not really be used as a general drug class. So what's the fundamental truth? Well, when I was a graduate student with my incredible mentor, Fred Alt, we learned the critical aspects of how immune genes come together to encode antibodies. Once we understood that fundamental truth, we used human creativity to address the dogma and the limiting bottleneck. So based on our understanding, we proposed back in 1985 to turn mice into a human antibody drug factory by properly incorporating human immune genes into a living mouse. So we proposed this in 1985, but at the time we noted that the technology to do this, to turn a mouse into a human antibody drug factory, did not yet exist because we couldn't put human genes properly into a mouse. So we spent more than 10 years developing the appropriate technology to engineer the mouse to put in precisely humanized immune genes so we could get a precisely humanized functioning system in a mouse. We created the VelocImmune mouse. So same exact principles that led to us to create the soluble receptor drug class leading to one of the world's top 10 leading medicines, meaning EYLEA. We used the same principles to now create a new drug class, or rather to enlarge a previously very limited drug class. So this VelocImmune mouse that we created has led to multiple FDA-approved medicines, including another blockbuster. Just like EYLEA was a blockbuster, Dupixent is a blockbuster. I'm going to get back to Dupixent because I think it's such an important story and such an important drug. But I want to point out to you that this VelocImmune mouse that we created, that took decades to create, but was entirely created based on these innovation principles that we adhere to, is among the most productive biotechnologies ever created. It's led to more FDA-approved medicines than any other biotechnology, including, as I said, one of the world's most important and leading medicines, Dupixent. I just want to show you that when you create an incredible technology and it gives you a whole new set of drugs, you can do something that's never been done before and really change the practice of medicine and give patients new treatments and give them so much hope that never existed before. And I want to use Dupixent as an example of how, using these principles, you can develop technologies that yield new drug classes that can change the practice of medicine. So Dupixent is now the world's leading treatment for 6 different types of so-called type 2 allergic diseases. And there will probably be 2 or 3 additional approvals over the next year or two. It's approved in atopic dermatitis, in asthma, nasal polyposis, eosinophilic esophagitis, prurigo nodularis, and now eosinophilic COPD. And it's the leading treatment for all of these seemingly disparate diseases. It is perhaps unprecedented for the number of seemingly different diseases that it treats. And there's a science behind why it treats these. And it's all based on using the approaches to create a technology that could deliver this drug. Many others tried to create a Dupixent-like drug, but every other biotech platform that was used failed to deliver a Dupixent-like antibody. But when you have the right innovation principles, when you adhere to them, when you create a technology that can deliver something like Dupixent, it can change the world and change the lives of millions and millions of people who are suffering from diseases. And I just want to give you an example for the very first disease, atopic dermatitis. Many of you may or may not know about this disease. I'm going to show you pictures of it. I'm sure you all know what poison ivy is. Atopic dermatitis is like having poison ivy when you have the severe forms like the kinds of disease that the patients in our trials had. More than half of your body is covered with these horrible lesions. And unlike poison ivy, it never goes away. And I'll show you some pictures of it. But the way Dupixent works, it's really a miracle for these patients who, as I said, have severe disease, more than 50% of their body covered with these incredible, itchy, horrific lesions that disrupt every aspect of their lives, from their ability to sleep to their ability to simply enjoy life. So these are just the clinical trial results, and if you know how clinical trials work, they don't hardly ever work like this, where the average improvement in the treated patients is 70 to 80%. That means 70 to 80% of clearing the skin, with many of the patients being completely clear. But as they say, a picture sometimes is worth, 1,000 pieces of data. It really shows you how horrific the disease is. This is a poor child who's suffering from this disease. You can see she has these lesions all over her body, and not only do they look horrific, but they're incredibly itchy. It's like having poison ivy that never goes away. This child's life and her entire family's life was destroyed by this poor child having this disease. I can personally empathize because this disease runs in my family. One of the reasons that I worked for more than 30 years to come up with a treatment for this disease, my own daughter suffered like this, and she's one of the millions of patients who are now essentially cured because of this treatment that I personally worked on and invented. And you can see how dramatic the effects are, and most importantly, it gave this child and her entire family their lives back. She went from being a child who was constantly suffering to being a normal kid who could love and enjoy life. This is why we do what we do, and you can do this if you really adhere to these principles that I'm talking about that allow you to create breakthrough new technologies that can deliver game-changing new medicines. So the last example that I want to share with you is this one. So I just told you about antibodies, and I already told you that antibodies are nature's natural medicines, and based on the advances that I just showed you by our company, Regeneron, but also a lot of other companies have really also now contributed to these. What are called fully human antibodies have gone from being essentially non-existent to perhaps the most important leading therapeutic class. But despite that, this doesn't mean that there has to be an end to human creativity and human innovation. So the state of the art just a few years ago was that antibodies have two identical arms that both bind to the same target. So Dupixent's two arms bind to the same thing to block the receptor for these two critical interleukins that cause all those diseases that I just showed you. So what was the fundamental truth? We became the world leaders in inventing and producing human antibody therapeutics and totally understanding the nature, the basis of the structure and mechanism of these antibodies. And once again, something that you couldn't do with so-called AI or any other approach. It took simple human creativity to come up with an incredibly simple idea. Instead of just regular antibodies, nature's natural medicines, what if us humans created a little twist on nature's natural medicines? Instead of having the two arms of the antibody bind to the same exact thing, what if we had one arm bind one thing and the other arm bind something else? We call these so-called bispecific antibodies because they have two specificities. And our first idea was, well, what if one arm bound to a cancer cell and the other arm bound to a killer T cell? This could drive specific immunotherapy right to the cancer cell that you wanted. And this is now proving revolutionary. So Regeneron was the first to put these so-called CD3 bispecifics into human trials. We now have the largest portfolio of clinical stage bispecifics. So think about it. The company that innovated and created the soluble receptor class of drugs and became leaders there, that also pioneered fully human antibodies to help create that class, is now pioneering the next generation of biologicals, which are bispecific antibodies that look like they're changing the face of cancer treatment, just like we changed the practice of medicine in all these other arenas. And here's just one example of one of our most exciting bispecific antibodies. It is targeted, it targets killer T cells to myeloma, that's a blood cancer, in last-line patients that in general have less than 6 months to live. We're seeing complete responses in 50% of the patients. This is the highest reported response and complete response rate in this field for these refractory relapse myeloma patients. It works after CAR T. It's really very exciting, and it's not only exciting for this tumor class, but for many other types of cancers. So what I've given you are 3 different examples of how we used these innovation principles that we learned, that we tried to optimize, and we try to permeate throughout our ecosystem and to all of our scientists, that have allowed us to use a variety of tools from big data and AI, but that are fundamentally founded on the most limiting aspect. I'm telling you, you got to understand what's limiting. What's limiting is not AI. What's limiting is not big data. What's limiting is not any other tool. What's limiting is human creativity. And what we have to do is do our best to understand what underlies it and what we can do to define these principles and optimize them in whatever ecosystems we want them to operate in. So I guess in closing, I guess I just wanted to say that once again, when I asked the question about what's the most critical aspect for human creativity and innovation, we agree with AI that obviously AI is an important tool and it's an incremental tool, but the most important component for true innovation and for true creativity is the human element, which is what is limiting and what is the only thing that right now can actually deliver incredible new advances that can really change the world. We've shown that if you can understand the principles, you can operate by the principles, and you optimize these principles, you can create incredible, unprecedented success in our world and in our industry, which is delivering practice-changing medicines to patients and to the world. And we believe these approaches can be applied to all the other existential threats that mankind, humanity, suffers from. So thank you so much for your attention, and I don't know if there's time for questions.
I believe we can. Well, I believe
and I guess I apologize to Elena. She's great, but it's going to be a long time before she makes that quantum leap to substitute for human creativity and innovation.
I just wanted to say that this applause, this loud applause, was really in contradiction with a total silence that was during your lecture. I think it was great. So we have a time. I mean, we need to make time for a question or two, maybe.
Zoran, can I just say thank you?
Try.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for what you just told about me. Thank you so much.
Is there? Yeah, there's one question here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yankopoulos, for inspirational talk. I just wanted to ask what the future holds for Regeneron, and is your focus totally on developing antibodies, or you're planning to go into different kinds of molecules like small molecules or cell and gene therapies?
So I only gave you 3 examples, but we're applying all these principles to develop many other kinds of platforms that can deliver practice-changing medicines. So you just mentioned, for example, both small molecules and gene therapies. We believe that one of the biggest problems with those kind of therapies that people don't understand, they're not focusing on the limiting bottleneck. What's the limiting bottleneck of gene therapy right now? Is it the ability to edit a gene? No, we can edit genes. Is it the ability to delete a gene? No, we can delete a gene. We can't deliver the machinery to use the gene therapy where we want it in the body. People don't understand this. It was mentioned in the introduction something about the first gene editing approach. That was actually done outside of the body in a cell in a test tube and given back to patients. Why? Because the gene edit had to be done in human stem cells, which you cannot deliver that gene therapy to the human stem cells in a live human being. So what people don't understand, the gene editing approaches have been around forever. The true bottleneck is, how do you get them to the cell in the body that you want without taking those cells out and treating them? The only cells that can be easily modified without dealing with this delivery problem are the liver, because the liver is sort of the human garbage can of the body and just sucks up all the gene therapies. So once again, at Regeneron, a number of years ago, we thought about this. And we said, nobody else is working on this. The limiting bottleneck to gene therapies is not the gene therapies themselves. They've been around forever. Some of us have been working on them for decades. Why aren't they really working? Because nobody has figured out how to deliver them to the right place. Well, we realized that we had the best tool on the planet for delivering anything to the right cell in the body, which are antibodies. So we were the first to think of coupling antibodies to gene medicines. In fact, 3 different classes of gene medicines. We've coupled them to silencing RNAs, we've coupled them to gene therapy delivery AAV vectors, and we've coupled them to the approaches that deliver CRISPR and gene editing. And we've now shown that we can use biological targeting of gene medicines to get gene therapy and gene editing to precisely the cells that we want in the body and not the cells that we don't. So that's just an example of the future. I gave you examples of the things that have already changed the practice of medicine, but we're using the same exact principles, understanding the fundamental truths, challenging what everybody else is doing, okay, understanding the real bottlenecks and applying the fundamental truths to what is really limiting, okay, and creating what we think is the whole new classes. Biologics to deliver gene medicines to overcome what's really limiting the field that most other people have entirely ignored and not paused to stop and think about.
I mean, unfortunately, we exhausted the time for the questions, and I have a couple of questions as well, so I'm not giving myself a liberty to ask them. So you will have to, please, you will have to use the break that we are having now, the coffee break, which will last until 11:45, so you can grab George Yancopoulos and ask him whatever you wanted to ask him. So it's a coffee break now, and I'm also inviting you to check the stages of biotech, AI, and medtech and see what's going on there. It's going to be quite interesting. Elena will be keeping things running smoothly. So please, 11:45 is the time when we concede.
together.
Test. Test. Test, prova. Jedan, dva, tri, test, da. Jedan. Jedan. Jedan.
What's wrong, Zoran? You need a break after the break? Too many burgers, maybe?
Sorry, Elena, I don't think I heard you. Can you repeat this?
Of course, I was asking just what's wrong. You look like you need a break after the break, maybe too many burgers.
No, I didn't have too many burgers. I was speaking to way too many people, making new friends, unlike some.
What are you trying to say, Zoran? So do you think I can't make friends?
Well, not human friends, definitely.
Well, just because I'm an AI?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to prove you wrong.
Okay, be my guest.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen from the audience, please, who wants to be my friend? Raise a hand. Do me a favor. Thank you so much. You see, there is the lady in the red jacket in the first row. There was also a lady in the third row, I think on my right, also in a white shirt. So please, thank you very much for, yes, hi. And thank you very much for wanting to be my friend. And please find me to chat after the conference. There, you see, easy peasy, you're not so special after all.
Yeah, right. I wish you many hugs with Elena, so I'd like to see how that happens. But we have to move on now. Our next speaker is a true pioneer in the field of synthetic biology. Dr. Christopher Voigt is a professor of biological engineering at MIT and co-director of the Center for Synthetic Biology. His research pushes the boundaries of genetic engineering, focusing on developing tools to program cells from applications in agriculture, environment, and medicine. His innovative work is shaping the future of biotechnology, offering transformative solutions that could change the way we approach global challenges. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Christopher Voigt, who is going to join us through a video call.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to describe some of the work that we've been doing to build genetic circuits inside of cells. I'm going to describe what a genetic circuit is if you're not familiar with that term, and then how it's been applied to build a couple of companies that have spun out of my lab in very different areas, spanning agriculture to human health. So first, one thing you may not realize is that every living thing that you see on Earth has a little computer in every cell. Even if you look at a stalk of corn that's just swaying in the wind, sitting in soil, it's actually doing a lot of thinking and a lot of computing as to what's going on around it. That computing is not done by electrons, but is done by interactions between biomolecules inside of the cell. So every cell is coded by sensors that respond to changes in the environmental conditions or being attacked by a pathogen. That information is processed by interactions between proteins and RNA and DNA. And these interactions create computing operations just like a computer might. And then they control different things that the plant is doing. So it could be responding to a stress that's happening in the environment. It could just be implementing all of the complicated processes that have to happen for a plant to grow and to divide and to differentiate. There also are computers inside of cells that are living in the soil. So a single bacterium might have hundreds or thousands of circuits inside of it. And that allows the bacteria to also respond to stress or to find a plant or to interact with other cells. And if you take all of the different interactions between microbes in the soil and microbes with the plant, and you add it all up, it's an enormous amount of computing power that's sitting in the ground. So if you take 1 gram of cells, that's about 6 petabytes of information can be stored in the DNA. And if you take all of the different switches and gates and circuits that are inside the cells, it's equivalent to 100 million Intel Pentium processors. So it's actually an extraordinary amount of computing power that's going into these cells. But we don't use any of that in current biotech. So for the most part, when you build a genetically modified plant and you introduce a trait, say tolerance to salt or heat or something like that, what researchers do is they put the gene that's necessary for that trait into the genome of the plant, and it's just always on. So a gene that may protect the plant against heat is on whether it's hot or cold. If you put something in that's protecting it against flooding, whether it's raining or not, it's turned on. And this is similar also for bacteria and fungi that are used as inoculants to make the plants grow better. Because of regulations and other things, generally only those microbes that are natural are used in this context. And so they might have a function like promoting the growth of the plant by making certain molecules, but they only make those molecules under the conditions that they see fit as a microbe, and not necessarily under the conditions that are optimal in order to enhance the growth the most. And so what we want to do is change this. So to use the capabilities of the plant or the microbes to process information from the environment, to have sensors that respond to different signals that are necessary to turn on a trait, have that information processed by circuitry inside of the cell, and then turn on which genes are necessary at the right time where they need to be used. So I'll give you an example where being able to understand and manipulate circuits in cells is important for a particular application. This is a problem that we've been working on for several decades, where in agriculture, nitrogen fertilizer is a major energy sink. So about half of the energy that's used in many crops, 30% for corn, comes just from making the nitrogen that's required in order to make that plant grow. And it's responsible for about a half of the greenhouse gases that are produced, just that one input. And most of the fertilizer that's made in the world is made in these synthetic factories that use a lot of energy and produce a lot of greenhouse gases via the Haber-Bosch process. Now, this could be completely replaced with natural bacteria, where many bacteria are able to fix nitrogen, to take the nitrogen out of air and produce it in a form that can be taken up by the plant. The problem is if you mix those bacteria with many of the crops that we consume, like corn, the bacteria keep those genes that fix nitrogen very firmly off. So whether you use a little bit of synthetic nitrogen or if you just consider the environment of the root, the bacteria, even though they have this natural capacity, don't want to be able to turn it on. And so we started a company about 15 years ago where their idea was to go into these natural bacteria and basically rip out all of the native circuitry so that the bacteria just are always producing this function. They're always producing ammonia that then gets taken up by the plant. And this product has grown very quickly. It's used on 5 million acres in the US, which is about the size of Denmark over in Europe. And it replaces 40 pounds per acre, which is about 20% of fertilizer needs. And it does it with 97% fewer greenhouse gases. The product that we use is actually two strains where we basically did the same thing to both strains, where we ripped out this ability to turn off the nitrogen fixation genes. And as a result of that, because it requires so much energy and materials for the cells to perform this function, they don't survive very long in the environment. So after 4 or 5 weeks, the bacteria die and no longer provide this function to the plant. And so in this case, we're just ripping out the circuitry and not replacing it with anything. And that's sort of like if you come home and get out of your car, if you had no way to turn off the engine and just set it to run in circles, it would very quickly run out of gas. You would wear out the engine very rapidly and the car just wouldn't last as long. It's the same thing with these bacteria. Without any circuitry controlling when the pathway should be on or off, the bacteria have no way to be able to conserve the energy that's required when it's not needed. And so we've started in the lab to look at how we can control these functions using very simple sensors and circuits. So for example, if instead of just making it so that the nitrogen is produced all of the time, what we can do is have a sensor where we can take a genetically modified plant that's been engineered to release certain compounds out of its roots that are then sensed by the bacteria. And only in the presence of these compounds that are released from the roots do the bacteria turn on the nitrogen fixation genes. So if they're out in the soil far from the plant, they keep it off and they can survive. And only if they're close to the plant do they turn it on. We also put a safety switch that allows the cells to control and multiply when they're close to the plant. And so it's both a combination of making sure that they're close in order to deliver the nitrogen, but when they're further out, even though they survive, they don't divide in the same way, and so they don't persist in the environment. And you can see on the right, the bacteria are throughout the plate. And this is where we have a sensor that is responding to one of these small molecules from the root. You can see the roots coming down. And only when they're at the right spot in the root where this molecule is being produced do they light up. In this case, we attach it to a pathway that produces light so that we can visualize the bacteria when they turn on. So this is an example of a very simple sensor that's being used to control when the pathway is turned on. So it's controlled when we want it to turn on and not when it was naturally controlled. You can also put circuitry that allows for functions that we were trying to achieve in other ways to occur. So one thing that we had to do was use two different bacterial species, because each of those species consumes different molecules in the soil that are being produced by the plant. And so that allows, even though theoretically they have the same function, because they adhere to different parts of the root and consume different carbon sources, they have a synergistic effect when used together. And we can recreate that in a single bacterium, which is easier to apply to the seed, using a simple genetic circuit where when we trigger the circuit, it takes cells that are not turning on any pathway. So neither the green nor the red pathways are turned on. But when we make this molecule, it then randomly switches the cells either to produce the red or green molecules underneath, visualizing it in the movie. And then when you induce it, you then turn on either one stochastically. And so we showed that when you coat the seed with the undifferentiated cells, they stay undifferentiated. The plant grows, they coat the root. They're still in that state where they're not turning on any particular pathway, and that conserves energy for the cells. And then when we water the plants with a molecule that triggers this differentiation, the bacteria randomly go into these different states. And you can see in the images in the bottom right, on the left, you have the undifferentiated bacteria that are coating the root. And then when we feed the bacteria this particular small molecule, they then differentiate. And you can have different pathways being turned on or different functions being performed without having the stacking of those functions inhibit the cell in some way. Okay, so this is sort of the story with a lot of the early projects in the lab and a lot of the applied projects where it's very simple circuitry. So when I started, I said there's petabytes of information that's possible, many millions of Intel processors worth of computing that is potentially there. But the types of circuits that we've actually been able to build are quite simple. And so we recognized a long time ago that we were going to have to change the paradigm by which we build these circuits to really start to scale them up in order to build the much larger networks that we know are possible just by looking at how the natural circuitry in cells operate. And so in order to do that, we had to change fundamentally both the types of circuitry that we were putting together to make them simpler to connect, and then also develop software to help us manage the very large projects that were required. And so if you were to characterize a lot of the genetic circuits that we were building in the early years, it was closer to the Antikythera mechanism, which I think many people are familiar with, that was discovered on a ship in Greece, where you have a lot of gears that are interconnected in order to do the computing that was necessary to follow the stars. The problem with that type of computing is that it's not very easy to take that device and reprogram it or reuse the components in another type of computer. Once you build it, it's bespoke. It kind of uses what you have access to, but it's not easy to reconfigure in order to change what is being computed. And this is in contrast to the electronic circuits shown on the right, which once the basic component of the transistor that allows electron flow to be varied with an input, that people started realizing that you could encode logic. So in 1962, you had a logic gate, that's a NOR gate, where the way it works is that you have an electron flow, and by turning on different switches, essentially, you can control that electron flow so that it only turns on in the right combination of inputs. And then once you had that as a circuit, it could be miniaturized, and you started to get microprocessors. And then from there, we're able to really rapidly scale up the types of computing that you can do, going up to that AI woman, I think, at the beginning of this presentation, which would have been impossible to conceive of. And the first transistor was only less than 100 years ago. So it's pretty rapid scale up once you come up with the right way to do it. And so we had to find some way that we could take the basic components that we were using to combine different types of computing inside a cell. And we don't have access to electrons, so we had to define some other way to do it. So that we could connect sensors, for example, that respond to different signals in a generic way to circuitry that could then be connected to either functions or the ability to communicate between cells. And so what we ended up deciding to do, if you look at the bottom left here, so this is how a sensor works, where a gene is turned on and a protein is produced, and that shuts off a promoter so that you don't get any gene turned on downstream. And then if you have the signal present, it then causes that protein to be removed from the promoter, and that starts RNA polymerase to transit along the DNA. And so it's that flux of RNA polymerase that we chose to be our electron in the circuit. So instead of electron flow that would be adjusted in order to create a particular computational operation, we're using RNA polymerase. And so if we have a simple sensor, as we turn on the signal, that flux of RNA polymerase turns on. We can have another type of sensor that receives a signal from another cell. And so now you have the input that's going into that cell that is in terms of RNA polymerase per second. And then at the output, which is in the next neighboring cell, then also is in RNA polymerases per second. And so we get a flow of RNA polymerase that is that communication signal that then makes it easy to connect. So you could take the sensor on the left and connect it with the communication signal on the right, just by having the promoter that is the output of the sensor be the input to the sending signal that then gets received ultimately by the other sensor. And so you can get that just by connecting these two graphs. So we then had to build logic gates, and we decided to focus on simple NOR and NOT gates. These were how early computers were constructed. So if you take the Apollo 11 computers that took us to the moon, it required about 5,000 NOR gates that were connected, and only NOR gates. And you can build them very simply out of DNA using this paradigm of RNA polymerases being the way that the signal is being carried. So in the case of a NOT gate, the output has the opposite of the input. And so if you have an RNA polymerase going across the boundary of the NOT gate, it produces a repressor that then turns off the RNA polymerase flux from the output. And then you can convert that to a NOR gate just by having two inputs that both produce the repressor that then shut off the output, so that if either of the inputs is on, the output is off. And this function, this NOR gate, is sufficient to build anything that you see on computers. So just with NOR gates, you can create any circuit. And so it's referred to as a universal type of logic gate. And when we want to build a particular circuit, there might be an electronic circuit diagram like what I'm showing here, very simple. And so it becomes then mapping this to a DNA sequence where you have 2 repressors for each NOR gate, and then the promoters and the pattern of the promoters in the DNA is what creates this particular wiring diagram, where the blue, for example, goes into both of the NOR gates, and so you have a blue promoter here, and this one should be as well. And so for a long time, we were building very simple gates in this way. This is where we took these basic components and put them together and created an edge detector. And this combined a light sensor. It actually responds to the dark, a communication signal that then is received and processed with the NOT gate at a promoter that then turns on a black pigment. You then synthesize this piece of DNA, put it inside of the cell, and then when you plate those cells and shine an image on them, they're able to perform that computational function. Now, for many years, we were doing this manually, and this is equivalent to the way that the early integrated circuits were built. These are some engineers in 1970 that were doing it by hand, and this is very much the way in which genetic circuits have largely been designed and constructed to date. And it wasn't until the early 1980s that you really had a scale up in the circuit design. And this was done by converting the manual type of circuit construction that people were doing into an automated version, where you could write the circuit that you wanted using a language, and then software mapped the circuit to a particular chip type. And this is where you have companies like Cadence that still exist that are critical for circuit design. And this completely scaled up and transformed the way that these circuits were being constructed. And importantly, allowed us to build integrated circuits that are far more complex than what a human could design by hand. So what we did is we then took this concept and literally used the same language that was used for electronic circuit design, but we created the software package Cello that would then take a desired organism that we had designed circuits for, and then put it together instead of an electronic circuit to a DNA sequence that could then be constructed, put into cells, and then the cells would run that circuit. And so if the way it works is you have a high-level language in Verilog. It then compiles the circuit diagram, takes the different gates, puts it together, assembles the DNA sequence that can then be constructed. And we had to build circuits that were very reliable. A matter of throwing together the different regulators. Over the last 15 or 20 years, we've been optimizing these circuits so that they can operate in the cell. They're interconnectable. They always function the way that they're expected, and so on. And that is also very critical to getting the large designs that are required. So here's just a couple quick examples of circuits that we've constructed. So this one is a circuit that runs a calculator LCD screen that we recoded in Cello. Required about 70,000 base pairs of DNA. And when you synthesize that DNA, put it into cells and plate the cells, then E. coli, which normally lives in your gut, performs those computational functions. We more recently, just a couple of weeks ago, published a much larger circuit. This is a hash algorithm that was developed at MIT in the early 90s and underlies Bitcoin. And it's a cryptographic algorithm. We had the Verilog file for this, and then we could run it through Cello and see if we could design it for cells. The problem is that when you create that design, it has 110 logic gates, so it's a very large circuit to put in individual cells. So we decided to use the communication modules in order to divide the circuit up so that each cell performs a part of the overall computation, and then they communicate to create the overall algorithm. So we have 4 different small molecules that don't interfere with each other that can be used for cells to communicate with each other. So this is the 110 logic gates. We developed algorithms that could take the maximum gates that'll fit in the cell, that consider the 4 communication channels that we have, and it goes through a computational process to then divide up this circuit so that you could then put individual circuits inside cells. So each of these colored regions are the circuits that are in a specific cell, and then the colored lines between them are the ways in which they're communicating. So building the complete MD5 algorithm required 1.1 megabases of DNA, so the size of a small genome, and involves 66 communicating cells with up to about 40,000 base pairs of DNA in a single cell. So the scale of this design and building this circuit is huge and wouldn't be possible if we didn't have reliable parts to put together and then the software to put them together and manage a project of this size. So we built this circuit, and this is just a fancy way of showing that it works. All of the cells are represented by the data on the left, and they're all performing the function as expected, and that information is shown on the right, showing that all the circuits within this cryptographic algorithm are performing as expected. So just to conclude, on the left, we have the scale up of circuits that have been happening since the first integrated circuits were constructed. This is known as Moore's law, which is considering the number of transistors per chip and how it's exponentially growing and doubling every 2 years. This has led to the internet, Bitcoin, cryptography, artificial intelligence, things that would have been impossible to even really imagine fully in 1970, much less being able to get to these points in 40 or 50 years. On the right, you see how we've been getting better at the circuits that we've been putting inside cells, where the edge detector in 2009 was one of the simplest circuits we built. Then we developed Cello, which was published in 2016, and that allowed us to scale up the circuits considerably with the LCD display and now the MD5 algorithm, and that's doubling every 3.6 years. But if you take this growth and map it to the graph on the left, we're still in the very early days of really using the capability of biology to do computing. It's not that we imagine a future where we're competing with electronic circuits and computers, but rather as we unlock that ability to reprogram cells, we unlock the ability of what biology is able to do, whether it be build complex materials, showing the sensor system in a mosquito and the human brain. All of that requires circuitry to build and is encoded in the DNA using circuits similar to the ones that we've constructed. So we developed a company, Asimov, to fully utilize and envision this future. So they've taken some of the computer-aided design components they call Cello now kernel, and have developed circuits for many different human and mammalian cell types, largely focused currently on biologics production using circuitry, but also using it to do things like give therapies the ability to identify which organ they're inside of a body, where they use information from sensors that they can then integrate using circuitry in order to, say, detect that they're in the heart or in some other organ as well. And we have field-leading circuitry that can do that. So with that, I will thank the lab, and I'm happy to take any questions if that's possible.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any questions in the hall. Yeah, there's one question there. Can we get the microphone?
Your talk was very impressive. I have 3 short questions. Question number 1, can you perform reverse engineering? So if I give you a cell with its genome, histone modifications, methylation, etc., gene expression profiles, can you draw circuitry of that cell? If the answer to that question is positive, can you perform comparative analysis of cancer cells versus healthy cells? And the question number 3 is not so serious, but you will probably ask that question. Did you read the book Blood Music by Greg Bear?
Okay. So the first question is to, can somebody turn off? I'm getting a lot of reverb from somewhere. Oh, there we go. Still happening. Okay, there we go. So the first question, can we do this in sort of a reverse engineering way? And the answer is a qualified no. People have used the circuit analogy to describe certain sub-features inside of the cell. So they might see a couple proteins interacting and say that looks like an AND gate. But in terms of the reason it works in the forward direction is that we only use circuits that we've constructed that are designed to be fully understood and interconnectable. And that's not how biology works. It's much more bubblegum and sticks, a combination of many different redundant features. So you've got protein interactions, protein DNA interactions, RNA computing, RNA processing, small molecules, the whole thing kind of comes together into a dog's lunch that becomes that computing capability. So the whole reason our approach works is because we get rid of all of those interactions that we don't understand or are hard to predict, and we only focus on those interactions that we fully understand and have mapped out, and then the software works for that. So in terms of being able to differentiate what's happening in cancer or healthy cells, we don't have that capability. Where we would be valuable in terms of cancer therapies would be reprogramming immunotherapies, for example, CAR T cells and other cell types, where instead of looking for a single signal, they would be able to integrate many.
Well, I believe we lose the connection or what? If so, because we are a little bit late, I have to thank Dr. Voigt for sharing his pioneering work with us. It was a great privilege to have him on the Biotech Future Forum. Now it is my pleasure. We can have an applause, maybe, even if he doesn't hear us. You never know. Now it is my pleasure to introduce one of the visionary leaders in the field of biotechnology. Dr. Nenad Tomašević is the co-founder and CEO of Dren Bio, a company at the forefront developing groundbreaking antibody therapies to combat cancer and autoimmune diseases. Dr. Tomašević has led pioneering research that bridges innovation in healthcare. Today, he will share his insights into the future of therapeutic antibodies and their role in transforming modern medicine. Please welcome Dr. Nenad Tomašević to the stage.
I hope you can hear me well. It's definitely a great pleasure to be here at home. I was educated in this country, and I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you, Jelena, for inviting me, Nenad and others. Today I'll introduce Dren Bio. This is a company that was incorporated about 5 years ago. And for those of Serbian origin, you know what Dren means. And we can start with the first slide, probably. 30 seconds, okay. So anyway, what is attractive about Dren that both technologies that we have invented at Dren, we actually discovered them, we put our patents in place, and also We didn't in-license anything from academia. Major focus of DRAN is go identify something that's causing a disease and try to eliminate that particular agent. It could be a cell, but it doesn't have to be a cell. It could be a protein aggregate, and could be something else that's causing a disease like a virus or so. So we, perfect. So on the left is shown actually our first program that is currently clinically validated. It is antibody that binds to a particular subset of cytotoxic cells and it depletes them. So what is attractive about mechanism of action is actually that is attacking cytotoxic cells, so cells that can kill other cells, and it's causing fratricides. That means actually, in this case, leukemic cells or lymphoma cells killing lymphoma cells. That was the idea about 5 years ago. Now we dose more than 50 patients with these horrible diseases, and we see very, very robust activities. So originally we started with lymphoma and leukemia of cytotoxic cells, and we got excellent results. We got also very good safety because this is a very selective depletion of cells that are causing disease, and that enabled us to go into other diseases like autoimmune diseases, for instance, where these kind of cells cause issues. On the right, we're also showing something else that we have developed at DRAN from scratch. This is a new platform called myeloid engager, which is targeted, and phagocytosis, which is also targeted. And why I'm saying targeted? Because there are lots of other molecules affecting myeloid cells which are not targeted. They are just boosting myeloid cells to energize them. Here, we develop bispecific antibodies, and George today explained bispecific antibodies, but we are not going after T cells, we are going after phagocytic cells that do engulfment. So our bispecific will literally engulf tumor or something else that's causing a disease. And it's very gentle, but it's very powerful. So it does have processive activity. One macrophage shown on the blue on the right could engulf multiple tumor cells, and it doesn't stop until it's done. So we have one molecule already, one bispecific antibody already in clinic. So this platform is validated in patients. And we also have lots of other molecules in development. And some of them are already partnered with big pharma, with Pfizer and Novartis. So this is progressing very well. As I mentioned, DRAN is a rather new company. We started 2019, right before COVID started. Within 1 year, we have already selected the first antibody that went into manufacturing. And then, little by little, we were putting more molecules in development. We were getting into humans. We were negotiating with the FDA and other regulatory agencies to get more drugs into patients. Oops. So this is just to quickly show you how we actually progressed from a company that was incubated in a small incubator in San Carlos in California. And I think this something might be attractive for Bioforum. And then transition into our own space. Our company now, DRAN, has almost 100 people working on a variety of projects. What is also attractive, we burned about $100 million so far of venture money, which is not considered high if you take into consideration that we have 2 programs in clinic and a third one going into clinic. And that's also because we put all our efforts, all our focus on execution in clinical studies, manufacturing, toxicology, and also we have managed to get support from pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Novartis. On the right, I'm showing some of our investors, which are very powerful investors. They are very pleased with DRAN. Top right is the 8VC group led by Alex Kolicic. He is the guy who has originally, he was very happy with potential of DRAN. He led the first round of investment, and that's how it all started back in 2019. A couple months ago, we closed a deal with Novartis, which was a very significant deal, considering that we did not offer them any clinical stage molecules. They got a license to our platform. And that was $150 million upfront, and the total deal was around $3 billion that they still owe us. We also have prior partnership with Pfizer. And all of this was achieved with actually our excellent team. Here in the room we have Amit Mehta, who is actually also visiting Serbia, and he's here with me. Prior to joining DRAN, he was at Genentech for 18 years. He was actually developing antibodies over there, developing bispecific antibodies. And later he was transitioning into business development. And it's in a very unique position as a scientist to actually end up running entire business development of Genentech for a couple of years. He and I met. I managed to recruit him, and he joined DRAN 12 months ago. Next to him is Mike Rothenberg. He was also in Serbia this week. And he spent 10 years at Genentech, and he joined us pretty much. He was very happy with the pipeline we have here at DRAN. Just to mention that we have a mix of experienced people, people who can get drugs to clinic, people who can get drugs approved, but also very young individuals who are very eager to contribute at DRAN. The pipeline is massive. When I was starting companies, I was heavily advised, focus, focus, focus. I did not focus, actually. As you can see, there are lots of things in development. You know, that's a problem. Nights are long, days are long. You're going to get something done. The first molecule, DR01, is currently in a registrational study with a good enrollment that we see might actually get into approval stage end of next year, expanding into autoimmunity. And then from the platform, we have lots of molecules in development, including molecules from Pfizer and Novartis. But the main clinical assets are still fully owned by DRAN. I'm going to speed up a little bit because I think we're running out of time. But just to mention, maybe for the first molecule, this is a DR01 molecule for depletion in cytotoxic cells, that we wanted to get something that is not going to impact the immune system. When you're going to deplete something, try to deplete something that's causing a disease, not just some other bystanding assets. And we spent good amount of time selecting the target for this lymphoma and leukemia. So we picked, I would say, an excellent target that is not expressed on a variety of cells. So we pretty much don't touch B cells, monocytes, CD4 cells, even CD8 cells that are cytotoxic. We skip vast majority, 80% of them. We only target a small subset, about 20% of the most cytotoxic CD8 T cells. Those are cells very powerful. They can execute a kill. They have toxic, nasty molecules that kill other cells. And our antibody will literally connect them, and they kill each other. So you have malignant cell killing malignant cell. Diseases that we go after, they're shown on the left, is lymphoma and leukemia. I would say this is one of the most horrible lymphomas out there because those cytotoxic cells are toxic. When they become clonal and they proliferate, they cause big damages. We can see here something was happening in the skin of these patients. But they don't go after skin only. They go into a variety of organs and GI tract and spleen. There is a particular subset that goes into the sinonasal area. We'll literally dig a hole in the brain. So when we started this program, we were literally scared with these images and where we are going. And I can tell you now, we have almost 45% of patients tumor-free. 70–80% of them are responding to the drug. And it was actually very pleasant to get to this point. On top of it, we have leukemia as well. We dosed so far more than 50 patients. We see excellent safety profile, and that is because of selectivity of depletion, because we don't mess up immune system. And now we are expanding into autoimmune disease, where these particular autoreactive cells go and attack its own cells, including, let's say, type 1 diabetes and so on and so on. So just to show a couple of examples, this is some of the data here shown on the left. This is a tissue biopsy from patients with lymphoma before and 1 month after treatment. There is a very robust depletion of lymphoma cells. In the middle is shown from leukemia. And what is attractive that lots of leukemic cells before treatment. After treating, we reduce the number of leukemic cells to 0, but there are some healthy cells that remain, and that actually helps with our safety profile. So this program is progressing really well, again, fully owned by DRAN, and we expect to get into final registrational study pretty much now, and hopefully to apply for approval end of next year. So changing completely subject, going to our platform. This platform is now getting very visible, not just because we have 2 partnerships with pharma for this targeted myeloid engagement phagocytosis platform, but also because we have now validation in humans, in clinic. And our original idea was, why don't we use myeloid cells? Myeloid cells, macrophages, monocytes, neutrophils, dendritic cells are present in every single compartment in human bodies. Why don't we activate them to target something that's causing a disease? So on the right, we are showing a bispecific antibody that is engaging particular phagocytic receptor that's involved in microbial clearance. So normal function of this receptor is to clear fungal infection. But we are hijacking this fungal infection clearance with this bispecific antibody, literally presenting, let's say, tumor as a microbe. And we force these macrophages go and attack tumor, engulf it, and destroy it. That was the original idea. It was just an idea. We started generating antibodies. We made bispecifics. We started in vitro. We see a kill. We go into primates. We see it's safe. And it does deplete what's supposed to deplete. And the first molecule that we developed was a molecule going after depletion of B cells in B-cell lymphoma, CD20 molecule. And what was attractive was that on a microscopy on the right, we see in red, in green is shown B cell, in red is shown macrophage. You first connect B cell and macrophage, you establish synapse, and then macrophage will go and engulf. After 2 hours, B cell is gone, is dead. But it doesn't stop. At the bottom, it's showing 4 green cells in 1 macrophage. That's processive activity. So the macrophage will continue engulfing and engulfing these cells. And that turned out to be very potent. So when we went into healthy subjects and patients with this antibody, even at very, very low doses, micrograms per kg, we saw wipe off of B cells. And then when we went into lymphoma patients, we also see extremely good activities with very low doses, and also so far looks very safe. Because it's engulfing tumor, there is no tumor lysis syndrome. There is no cytokine storm. It doesn't require hospitalization. So this could pretty much be a technology that could expand into community centers and smaller hospitals. This was the first study for B-cell depleter to go into healthy volunteers in Australia. Because the drug was very potent, we had to switch immediately to patients, currently in patients with lymphoma, also expanding into autoimmunity. There are lots of molecules for B-cell depletion, but just to cover, on the top we are showing there's a CAR-Ts, T-cell engagers. They require hospitalization. They are powerful, but also they are toxic. Patients have to stay in hospital at least a week, and they need to get chemotherapy prior to treatment. Also, for T-cell engagers that George was mentioning today, he didn't mention that they have to stay in hospital 5 days, and they got to get every other day step-up dosing. That's a little bit of a problem. And cytokine storm. With our molecule, we don't expect cytokine storm. We finished 5 primate studies, and so far, it's looking very good. So here at DRAN, we have opportunity to go into autoimmune diseases, depleting B cells and CD8 cells. We are the only company who can attack on both sides and cause a robust memory response. Memory reset, sorry. This is now a very popular term. And this was actually published recently in Nature Reviews, that if you go after B cells and T cells, wipe them off, particular subsets, this could cause this memory reset for autoimmune diseases. So just to summarize, we have a massive pipeline, lots of news expected from DREN, because this and next year we'll be having clinical studies in 11 different indications, 11 different diseases. Very busy, but we are quite confident that so far what we are seeing in humans as a proof of concept is looking really good. We have special culture at DREN, we have a special vision, we work hard, but also we have friendly environment. We allow people to bring dogs to work. It's particularly Friday day when you can bring your dog. Sometimes we had more than a dozen of dogs running around. They don't do experiments. They are just wandering around, and so far being very friendly. So thank you very much for inviting me. As you know, DREN is zdrav kao DREN, actually. It has to be as healthy as DREN. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we exhausted the time, so we don't
I know.
We don't have time for questions, but I'm sure that they can find you around and they can ask you whatever it is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Elena?
Yes, here I am. Now, as far as I know, we've reached another interesting milestone in this year's Future Forum, and we're moving on to the med stage, AI and biotech stage, and there will be sessions which will be starting in about 5 minutes, so we better call our guests to join these sessions as well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the discussion so far and are feeling inspired by our guests. Our next speaker is a professor of machine intelligence in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at Imperial College of London. His expertise is in machine learning, neural networks, and wearable technologies, particularly ear EEG sensors for monitoring vital signs. Please give your warmest welcome to Professor Danilo Mandić. Professor Mandić, welcome to the stage.
So, good afternoon, everyone. While we're waiting for my presentation, maybe we can go to the first slide. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a great honor to be here. We've had a mixture of speakers from governments, industry, and now academia, and as you go down the agenda, we become more and more concrete about the AI. So my hope is that I'll be able to enthuse you about the potential of hearables in this context. So, machine intelligence at Imperial. So Imperial College is a law institution, and the only reason my slide is about Imperial is that we have an intellectual capital. So, in my view, you need to have very, very strong and long intellectual capital in your area, in your institution, in order to be able, as it were, to stand on the shoulders of the giants. So, Denis Gabor was a Nobel Prize winner back in 1981 for holography. He derived his holography experiments and equations in 1945, 1946. But he didn't have the equipment to run the experiment. So not until the semiconductors and transistors such like we introduced in the early 1960s was he able to demonstrate his theory. So it took him 20 years before he introduced the theory and the time they introduced monochromatic lasers so he could prove his theory. Okay, fast forward a few years. These days we don't have such luxury. So working in engineering, in AI, you don't have the luxury to introduce your theories even 1 year before you prove them. And my talk is a lot about that. Okay, so we are witnessing the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution is maybe 80s, 70s with the steam engine. And so that steam engine allowed us to travel. Maybe there's some agriculture utility machines based on steam engines like for harvesting and such like. The second industrial revolution here is mass production. So it's about electricity. So around 1900, it was possible to use electricity in industrial power plants. If you remember an old movie by Charlie Chaplin where he was on an assembly line, kind of turning some screws all the time, when he saw a lady during the break with 4 buttons, he ran after her to tighten the screws. Second industrial revolution, people are moving from villages to cities in order to work in factories. Third industrial revolution is about computers. So mid-1970s, especially the personal computer, where we started using digital technologies. And now witnessing the fourth industrial revolution. Some people call it AI. I prefer to call it cyber physical systems, where AI is one of the components of such systems. We have a very interesting phenomenon that with AI, people are actually moving from cities to towns and villages because we are all becoming digital nomads. So for my work, honestly, I love to talk to people, but if I'm fully focused, I can be anywhere in the world with the internet and my computer, and I can be equally productive. Okay, so AI for health. For many reasons, AI is almost fully untapped when it comes to health applications. So here, you have a very lovely chap. He's the real patient in one of the London hospitals. So he suffers from sleep apnea. which means he cannot sleep in the night. It's interrupted. So his life is misery because he can't sleep. Then his wife's life is misery because she can't sleep because he can't sleep. And to treat him, they take him to top hospital in London. Okay, so this lovely chap comes from his house, wherever his retirement home is, and they put some equipment on him, which consists of electroencephalogram, then electrocardiogram, respiration belt, turbulence flow, and chest strap for respiration recording. So he's supposed to sleep his normal sleep rhythm in a foreign, totally strange environment. Of course, he's not going to sleep his normal sleep cycle, so he's going to be diagnosed wrongly, and he's going to be treated wrongly. And many people experience that. So my dream ever since maybe 2008 or so was, how about using earplugs? Because it's very, very convenient. Also, the new generation are very much used to earplugs. If you look on the bus or tube, or tram, tube, metro, I live in London, we call metro tube, rail or wherever, people are wearing earplugs. Some people also wear hearing aids. So how about using that to maybe introduce sensing? Okay. So with an earplug, you could sleep at your home, your normal sleep cycle, and you could be diagnosed correctly and you can be treated correctly. Okay. So the first thing I did was very, very brave. If I was to do it right now, I would be much more careful. But when you have a new idea, you get very, very excited. So I thought a little bit about human anatomy. And if you want to record electroencephalogram from head, then this is brain. So from brain, the electric potential goes through the brain tissue, cerebrospinal fluid, which is conductive fluid between the brain and the skull. This is skull, the bone, and then skin. Okay, if you want to record from the ear canal, you have the same. Brain, cerebrospinal fluid, bone, skin, all conductive. So yeah, that's possible. The only problem is that this bone here that protects the ear canal is much, much thicker than skull. So your signal is weaker. So in principle, intuitively, I can record electroencephalogram, which is the key component for sleep staging, for scoring sleep. But my signal will be weaker. And to do that, I need to have an earplug, which I equip with some sensors, and I have some electronics, and I should be able to do that. Okay, so standard electroencephalography. So you have that cap with electrodes, and it takes 1 or 2 hours for a skilled person to put those electrodes. And that's all in the lab or in the clinic. By the time they put electrodes on you, and trust me, I've been there many times, you fall asleep. So you don't really give your very good normal brain responses. So how about replacing all that with an earplug? So the advantage would be that if you have sensors on an autonomous system on an earplug, you could administer it yourself. So you don't need to go to clinic. You can do it at home or in the community, as we say. And you're fully, fully independent. There's another interesting thing. When you have that EEG cap on the left, there's many, many leads, wires, leading from cap to the recording device and back. So those leads make a loop. That loop picks up the electric field, which means that you have many, many artifacts due to the external electric field, the basic induction. What happens with the ear canal? It's very interesting. So this is the simulation of the external electric field around the head. And I should say that my take on AI is domain-informed, so domain knowledge. There's no black box. It's maybe gray box, but no black box, and we need domain knowledge. So we have the biophysics models we have developed in our lab of head, the whole upper torso. When we want to simulate the EEG propagation, I've never done any research by trial and error. We have full biophysics model. it tells us where to put the electrode. That's what we do. Okay, so this is the external electrical field around the head, and that field grossly affects the normal scalp EEG. Look at this. So if you go only 8 millimeters or so into the ear canal, the strength of the external electrical artifact, so when you have artifact, you have to throw away data, diminishes. So after 8 millimeters inside the ear canal on your earplug, the effects of external interference are gone. So why is that? And all of you know the answer, it's just not obvious. So the ear is a cavity surrounded by conductive tissue because skin inside is conductive. So what is a device which, if you have a conductive enclosure of anything, that's called a Faraday cage in physics. And that Faraday cage basically grossly attenuates the external field. So the ear is effectively a nature-built Faraday cage. Okay, so with that, we can take this lovely chap again, and on the left in red, you have scalp EEG. In blue on the right, you have ear EEG. And this is several sleep activities. This is deep sleep, entry or delta. This is the K complex, and so on and so on and so on. I would like you to observe that the red and the corresponding blue traces are very, very similar. They're never going to be identical because no two EEG electrodes are identical, but they're very similar. So with that, and with our device, with the electrodes, photoplethysmogram, electronics, and so on, so this elderly person can be diagnosed at home. He can simply put that in his ear canal, and he can be treated at home. Okay, so this is maybe if you click on the video, the top is scalp EEG. It doesn't work when it should. Never mind. The top on the video is scalp EEG, the bottom ear EEG, and it was supposed to run a video in real time, but it doesn't work. Okay, next slide, let's see if we can do that. So the next thing is, I said my title is Doctorless Hospitals, okay. I believe that it's a waste of time to go to a GP. You wait for several days, by which time your symptoms will be gone. They do a very basic check. They check your maybe respiration, temperature, look at you, maybe tongue, whatever, nothing much. Then they refer you to a specialist. You have to wait again. The specialist says, okay, now you go to take blood, take electrocardiogram, take this, take that. So in 2 months, by which you have all the parameters, your illness is gone. So how about the cardiac illnesses? Because cardiac illnesses are the biggest killer across the world. So to examine cardiac illnesses, previous slide please, to examine cardiac illnesses, we have built the whole biophysics model of the upper torso. So you can see that even the tiniest detail like the oxygenated blood and deoxygenated blood with various amounts of hemoglobin have their own electrical and magnetic parameters. So with that, we then simulate the propagation from the heart, because heart is an electric dipole which rotates here. So here you have the standard chest electrocardiogram, and here you have the same electrocardiogram on the head. So I'd like you to play the video, please. Oops. Not exactly the video I wanted, but maybe. Okay. So on the bottom left, you have an arrow, and if you press it, the video starts. Okay, the video has started. You see that the electrical signal propagates, and stop. Stop the video. Thanks. So you have seen the propagation of the simulated propagation of the electrical signal across the body. So at the time of the R peak, when the heart muscle fires, you see that you have a huge electric potential across the chest, meaning you can indeed record electrocardiogram across the chest. You also have huge electric potential difference between your arms. So this is why some of you have ECG watch. You have one electrode beneath the watch, and the crown is electrically insulated from the rest. So you bring your finger, and you stay still for 15-20 minutes, and you have electrocardiogram. But potential difference across head is very, very small. That is because we have empty cavities, so the windpipe, mouth, sinus cavity, which prevent the propagation of the electrical field related to heart to the ear canal. Next slide, please. So can we still do something? So on the left, you have a simpler simulation. You see that there is still some potential difference between the left and right side of the head when it comes to the propagation of the electrocardiogram. Can we play the video, please? So on top, you have electrocardiogram from chest, a bit compressed in time. On the bottom, you have electrocardiogram from the ears. What you see is 1,000 of some units for chest and 20 of some units for ear. So the ear signal is 50 times weaker than that on heart, on chest, of course, because of these cavities. But when you do a little bit of processing, and let's not call it AI, but let's call it processing, this is the cardiac cycle from chest, and this is the cardiac cycle from the ear canal. You can see that they're almost identical. So with that, we can get full clinically valid electrocardiogram from the ear canal. So these are some of the breakthroughs which came from my lab. So we have patented ear electroencephalogram, we have patented ear electrocardiogram, but we can do more. Can we switch it? Oh, I can do that. Okay. So now we can monitor brain. We can monitor heart conditions. How about pulmonary conditions? So the pulmonary conditions are the second biggest killer of humans. Especially as dangerous the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, whereby for you it's very easy to inhale, but very, very difficult to exhale. And many of you have smart watches. Smart watches are based, basically, sensing is based on the photoplethysmogram, which is a set of LEDs which shine light through your skin. The reflected light is recorded, and you can get some parameters like respiration. Ironically, the wrist photoplethysmogram is the weakest signal you can ever record in terms of the optical signals from human body. So when you go to hospital, they record your blood oxygen levels from the finger. But from the wrist, it's almost impossible. This is why smartwatches are not accurate. So please don't trust them. Whatever they tell you, that's not true. The only way to have a signal which is half decent quality is to stay still for 15-20 seconds and wait for something. If you compare the very, very weak optical signal, photoplethysmogram from the wrist with that from the ear canal, you can see the huge difference. So the ear is indeed a phenomenal source of information related to your state of body and mind. So with that, and inspired by COVID, whereby the patients infected by COVID, they experience very low blood oxygen levels, but it is not followed by, accompanied by breathlessness. For us, if we have low blood oxygen level, we are breathless. So you can tell. For COVID patients, you can't. Another problem with the wrist or any other outer body location for optical sensing, and maybe is that the problem of vasoconstriction. So what is vasoconstriction? Human body, the temperature of core human body, the core temperature of human body is 36.5, 37 degrees. Here is maybe 21 degrees. So my blood vessels are constricted in order to cope with the temperature. If I was to put a sensor on my skin, optical sensor, the readings would be biased because it wouldn't be the core conditions of my blood vessels. So think about temperature. You never record temperature from here, or from there, or from there. it's always places which are concealed, like armpit or arm or ear canal. You can record temperature from the ear canal. In the same way, the PPG photo signals recorded from the ear canal are not subject to flux dissipation, and they give very, very accurate measurements. And you can see here that so the subject was breathing normally, and they stopped their breathing for 30 seconds, these pink areas. When you stop breathing, then blood oxygen level goes down. Okay. So this is for the in-ear sensor, and blue is for the finger sensor. You can see that the readings are different, but now we know that the only correct reading is from the ear canal because there's no vasoconstriction. And the second, the ear signal is faster. You see the dip in blood oxygen level, it's faster than that from the finger. And it goes up to 25 seconds. It's the difference. So it depends on the size of the human body. So now we know that we can also deal with respiratory diseases using hearables. Dementia. So dementia is a very, very big problem of modern mankind because luckily we live longer, but it's accompanied often by various diseases like neurodegenerative, like dementia. So the keyhole to the brain is basically electroencephalogram. That's the only keyhole to the brain. On the other hand, it's very interesting to look into cognitive load because dementia patients respond differently to cognitive load than normal subjects. To deal with cognitive load, people usually take the fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, but that's extremely expensive. So luckily for us, the carotid artery, the artery which supplies brain with blood, passes by the ear canal. It brings oxygenated blood to the brain, and these kind of red spots here are due to the oxygenated blood on the brain in fMRI. So using simple photoplethysmogram, simple sensor on the ear plug, we can then at least gauge the cognitive load of a patient together with their electroencephalogram. So we can really make a breakthrough in dementia. And the agreement between cognitive load from in-ear sensor and fMRI is maybe 92, 91, 97, whatever. It's very, very significant. Okay. How about blood glucose levels? So if you shine light through your skin using photoplethysmogram, so you have 3 or 4 different wavelengths of light. If you use the red and infrared light, the combination of their reflectance gives you information about glucose level in your blood because the light reacts, infrared light reacts to glucose, red light reacts to glucose. So we have been able to produce a blood glucose meter using PPG. Now, we know that with hearables, in-ear sensing, we can monitor electroencephalogram, electrocardiogram, pulse, respiration, blood oxygen level, blood glucose level. What else do we know? What else do we need for a doctorless hospital? Well, we need reliable data because, as you can tell here, although I had sufficient data for proof of concept, my number of data points is very, very small. Which brings us back to Denis Gabor. So Professor Gabor had luxury in 1940s, 1950s to derive his theory, put it on the shelf, and wait for 20 years for somebody to produce monochromatic laser light for him to prove his theory. We don't have that luxury now. So part of my work is also to produce our own electronic devices which work with our hearables. So this little thing here is very, very powerful. It has a microcomputer. It's less than 2 centimeters in diameter, and it can be part of an earplug. So one of the slides I particularly like and is talking about the development of an engineering idea. Okay. In terms of functionality, whatever you have here, all those wires, all this thing in the lab, is equivalent to what you have there a device with electroencephalogram electrodes, electrocardiogram, a PPG, accelerometer, temperature sensor, whatever. It's equivalent. It's just that this works in the lab, and when I have this, I'm very, very happy with that. But I cannot go out to the real world with that. So it needs several years of technical refinement to package it up into something which is ready for the technical world. And this is basically almost everything I wanted to tell you, but I have a few more slides maybe about AI and medicine, because this is the Biotech Forum. So despite all hype, recently in the MIT Technology Review, which I trust, there's a big headline: hundreds of AI tools have been built to catch COVID. None of them helped, and that's true. What helped is that people developed antibodies and so on, a bit vaccines maybe, but AI tool doesn't help. So AI is not almighty. The second thing, there's a huge push into investment in AI for health. So a colleague from Oxford University by the name of Baptiste Vassi conducted a piece of research. So he looked into, up to 2022, he looked into 140,000 articles in PubMed, which is a repository for medical articles. So he looked into every article which was tagged AI, so anything to do with AI. 140,000 such articles, 136 or whatever, up to 2022. Out of them, only 81 was proper clinical study. Only 9 were prospective, meaning following patients after. Only 10 had randomized clinical trials, and only 2 were fully published. So, put it into perspective. So, despite all the hype about AI, out of the 140,000 published study, only 2 were credible. And I don't know if either of them found clinical application. So let's be careful. Okay. So what's the solution? Well, I'm an engineer, so my solution is to approach the problem with an engineering mind. So what is the engineering mind? So AI, especially kind of buzzwordy AI, which comes from media hype, promises to mimic the human brain, mimic the nature. I'm sorry, we cannot mimic that, because people, humans, they learn from very, very few examples. When I was a little kid, I burned my finger when my mother was making coffee on the hub. One example, I never again put my finger there. For AI to learn that, or robot to learn that, you had millions of times somebody burning their finger in order to train the AI not to do that. Okay. So the second thing is talking about mimicking nature. So if we were mimicking nature, we would have made an airplane to flap the wings when they're flying. The airplane doesn't flap the wing because the engineers have put powerful engines beneath and we fly. Okay. So how about using same principles when developing AI for health? So going back to domain knowledge, in engineering, physics, biophysics, materials, we have domain knowledge. For example, in what I do, I never do my research by trial and error. That's heuristic. Trial and error is pre-scientific. Okay. There's nothing wrong with pre-scientific. The Egyptians have built their pyramids in a very, very pre-scientific way. They couldn't calculate everything about those pyramids, but they found a way through experience to move those stones and build a pyramid which is still there. But we cannot afford that any longer. So in my research, we have, again, very, very precise biophysics model of human body, and we model the propagation of such signals. To the extent, so we put the electrical and magnetic parameters of each tissue, to the extent this red here is the little air pocket in the cervical spine. So the neck spine, cervical spine, has a little air pocket which alters propagation of signals. We model all that, and with that we bring domain knowledge into what we are doing, which means that our AI model can be smaller, can be physically informed, and can be much, much, much less of a black box than models which you normally use. Going to something people often talk about, in modern AI, people say I have an end-to-end solution, by which they mean I bring raw data in and I have raw data out. But I'm sorry, but I don't know where a mobile phone is, but that's an end-to-end solution because mobile phone gets data in and it gets some data out. Nobody calls it AI. Okay, so this is our own end-to-end solution from the physics of the propagation of signals through body and head, through our device, the interface between electronics and skin, through all these kind of sorts. We have an accelerometer here, all sorts of artifacts like when you are walking, talking, and so on, so on, so on. And with that, you can do various things. With domain knowledge, for example, in our very tiny AI models, you can record the scalp electroencephalogram. So this is the brain signal from the head. From there, we can extract perfectly good electrocardiogram. This is clinically valid. So that type of magic is only possible with domain knowledge and models which don't overfit. So AI on the edge, tiny AI, small AI. Okay, I think that it's almost the end of my presentation. I would like to kind of round off. So with domain-informed AI, no data is bad data, because if I have artifact due to chewing, for example, if you chew, you can test that your ear canal is a bit moving, so you have artifact in your EEG or ear ECG. And this is the artifact. It's a very, very large artifact, and normally you would have to throw away such data. But on our device, we have accelerometer, we have many other things which record the artifact, so we can digitally remove it. If you look at the artifact due to the chewing of banana, grape, Coke, or water, they're all different. So not only I can clean my signal, but my artifacts tell me what I was doing. For example, I was drinking water or eating banana. Or you can tell me how much calories I've taken in, because each of these is different. The patterns are different for each of types of food. Okay. Stop calling everything AI, but don't stop developing AI. Okay, we need to develop AI. We need to do it in a very, very responsible way. So human computers have not suddenly become intelligent. They've just become bigger, and we can run bigger and bigger programs on them. But they can augment human intelligence. And we are maybe on the brink of having something historical. So we can have a human-centric engineering discipline, which is the AI. Okay, with that, doctorless hospitals. So everybody is different. I'm 183. I don't know how many kilos I have, but more than 90. And person of much younger than I, but adult, go to a specialist, we suffer from something. So we are both adults. They give us same prescription. Take something 3 times per day after meal. Okay, maybe I'm 30 kilos bigger than the other person, or maybe 20 centimeters taller, and my eating patterns are very different. So they treat us in the same way, especially for chronic conditions. That's very, very suboptimal. All these sensors I have described on the earplug, they can monitor the state of your body and mind. So you can monitor the intake of medicaments. So how my metabolism is very, very different from when I was 20. And I will be prescribed the same thing. So this can tell you how your body is absorbing those medicaments. You can have fully personalized medicine, and we can maybe move to the era of AI. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, I believe our time has run out, but maybe if we have any questions. If not, I want to thank you, for this great presentation of the might that we are having in these sensors that we are wearing from our birth. So that was a great thing to learn about it. Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
As we continue, we now turn to one of the most exciting initiatives shaping the future of biotechnology in Serbia, Bio4 Campus. This segment highlights how Serbia is positioning itself as a leader in biotechnology and life sciences with a focus on genomics, sustainable development, and bioconvergence. It's becoming a hub where innovation meets science, driving forward cutting-edge research that will influence industries globally. Leading our next discussion is the director of the Bio4 company, Mrs. Smiljana Krivokuć.
Recording in progress.
I'm also welcoming on stage our guest from the industry and research community, Dr. Ignacio González Suarez, Head of Scientific Engagement Europe, Philip Morris, Switzerland. Dr. Nataša Jovanović-Lješković, Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Novi Sad, Serbia. And Dr. Goran Bijelić, International Business Development Manager, Tecnalia, Spain. Hi.
Jel vam se uključio čovjek koji je online? Treba da se uključi, da. So the moderator is last to come to the scene. Pardon for that. I hope you had a very fruitful day today, listening to great speakers, but also communicating with each other and creating new connections among all of you. Allow me to briefly introduce myself, and then I will give the floor to our colleagues from the Startup Genome. So my name is Smiljana Krivokuć, and I am running the Bio4 Limited Liability Company, which is a designated managing entity for the Bio4 campus. Our main goal, before having the physical infrastructure in place, is actually to create and build the ecosystem here in Serbia, which is going to be globally connected, both in terms of scientific collaboration, but also collaboration with the industry. For the last couple of years, as the advisor in the Office of the Prime Minister, together with our team, I've been working on creating the welcoming environment and the ecosystem for innovations in general, mostly in ICT. And during that period, we worked closely with Startup Genome to understand how Serbian ecosystem works and what are our results compared to other ecosystems around the globe. And now, since we are at the beginning of this endeavor of building the biotechnology innovation ecosystem in Serbia, we wanted to do the baseline analysis of the Belgrade life sciences ecosystem together with Startup Genome to see what actually we are starting with and how we can proceed, what are we expected to do to get the best results of the resources that we have right now. And I would like now to give the floor to Forrest. Hi, Forrest, can you hear us?
Yes.
I'm turning my back. I'm not sure if there is any other screen I can look at you. Thank you for joining us in this hybrid model of the panel. I would now like to give the floor to you to provide us with the insights of your first analysis of our life sciences ecosystem, and actually to provide us with the inputs for further discussion. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to this great panel. I'm looking forward to hearing from everyone on their expertise and how they see the life science ecosystem developing in this region. So I'm Forrest Wright. I'm the research assessment lead with Startup Genome. Today I'll be sharing some insights about Belgrade's emerging life science ecosystem based on our analysis here at Startup Genome. Okay, so I'd like to start here with how Startup Genome, how we approach analyzing the life science sector. So our methodology is sophisticated and data-driven, integrating both quantitative and qualitative data from multiple sources to assess a life science ecosystem. We defined the life science sector broadly, so it encompasses startups and companies involved in biology and pharmaceuticals, biomedical technology, agricultural science, medical devices. There's many components to the life science sector. In our analysis, our framework to analyze an ecosystem, it goes across 6 key success factors. Each of these success factors are weighted on their importance to developing the startup ecosystem. First is performance, which examines the leading, current, and lagging indicators of a life science ecosystem. Funding, which assesses the availability and quality of funding availability in an ecosystem. Experience, which measures the degree of both founders and investor stakeholder experience. Knowledge, which analyzes patent activity and research impact of the life science community in an ecosystem. Talent, which describes how much talent and quality and depth of talent which is available in an ecosystem. And then lastly, focus, which is the relative concentration of life science activity within an ecosystem. So all these factors provide insight about an individual life science ecosystem, but also important is the context in which we evaluate all ecosystems globally. And so to do this, we create scores for each ecosystem overall, but also the success factor scores are scored on this scale, going from the best performing ecosystem, which is scores a number 1. In this case, it's Silicon Valley, maybe not surprisingly, because the availability and depth of funding there, all the way down to the to -1, which are the worst performing life science ecosystems. And all ecosystems are scored on that scale. In total, we score about 300 ecosystems globally based on their life science activity. So I'd love to, go through each of these factors. Time permitting, of course, you can only look at a couple here. But what I want to focus on is the performance success factor and focus success factor, and how Belgrade performs on these relative to some peer ecosystems. So looking at performance, you can see here that Belgrade has a negative score, which I wouldn't. I want to hasten. Do not interpret that as a negative ecosystem. Of course, considering the way we score ecosystems globally from -1 all the way down to +1, but putting it on the scale relative to what were identified as peer ecosystems. We came up with this list in collaboration with Bio4 based on their feedback of a number of ecosystems they thought were peers, regional peers, with Munich maybe being like an aspirational peer for where the ecosystem can get to with the right amount of input and strategy. So, throughout this exercise, throughout all the success factors, when you're seeing Belgrade scored relative to peers, you get a sense of where it stands within that context of these peer ecosystems. They're performing better on one factor versus another. And, where are some gaps, where are some strengths relative to that set of similar peers. So, a question is, why relative to its peers, why has Belgrade done so well in this factor? And really, it comes down to a big component of our performance factor. The score is exits, looking at the number of exits over a 5-year period, which in exits would encompass something like IPOs or acquisitions by a larger company of a startup in that ecosystem. So Belgrade has had 3 exits, life science exits, over that 5-year period, 2019 through 2023. These are 7 Bridges, Mar Medica, Intelligia Lab. So, when we're looking at evaluating a life science ecosystem, why do we care so much about exits? And they serve a number of purposes based on our research at Startup Genome. First, they generate quite a bit of human and financial capital for the ecosystems. The founders, when they have an exited startup, that creates capital for them, as well as their higher level employees. but also because they've scaled a startup to the point where they could be acquired or go public or have another type of exit. They've acquired quite a bit of knowledge. So that often, often we see founders, they have an exit and then they go on to take that money and recycle it into the local ecosystem. And as well, they share their knowledge of their experience of scaling a startup, the business acumen they've acquired in that time, their connections, they can share that with the local ecosystem. Secondarily, exits act as a powerful signal and attract a lot of external attention from founders and from investors and founders globally and across the region. As they see a place like Belgrade, that is a place we can scale a startup. There have been examples of exits in that ecosystem, so that kind of attraction factor is critical, and it can help the development of a life science ecosystem. So I think this is all great foundation for Belgrade's life science ecosystem. But I think if you want to think about how Belgrade can go from where it is now to maybe becoming more of a global player, what we'd like to see, what we often see in kind of the next stage of a life science ecosystem development are startups that can go abroad and start to compete in global markets. I think this might be seen by some as a loss for the local ecosystem because they're losing that startup that was founded there in Belgrade. But actually, what we've seen often in startup ecosystem development is when a startup goes abroad into a top startup ecosystem, and when they get there, they get access to a lot of founders and investors who have that global experience, mentors as well, and they can help them both acquire the business knowledge that they need to scale their startup and also to shape their products to serve a much larger market. And so as those startups scale and eventually exit, their exit values are much higher as a result of building a product that can work in a global stage. And what we recommend is the startups that go abroad to retain their connections with the local stakeholders back in their original ecosystem. And the reason why that's so critical is because founders, when they acquire that international knowledge and skills and best practices that are acquired through the process of expanding globally, that invaluable experience can then be brought and shared back with the local ecosystem, and that generates exponential returns because that kind of experience you can't really create in a lab. You need to actually go out and do it on the global stage. So moving on, I'd like to, yep.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, Forrest, we're a bit running late on time.
Okay, sorry.
So just if we can just briefly take the key takeaways when it comes to the success factor that you consider focus scores.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. So focus score reflects the relative startup activity in terms of the number of deals, both early stage funding deals and exit deals, relative to all subsectors within that ecosystem. So Belgrade here, among its peers, has the second highest focus score, which I think is really remarkable based upon the capital intensity of a life science subsector. But I think critically, it sends a signal to the rest of the world that that Belgrade is a viable life science startup ecosystem. And I think that can be built on as the foundation for future success. So thank you, and apologies for going a little long.
Thank you.
I look forward to the next panelist.
Thank you for this presentation. Of course, you're more than welcome to stay with us for this discussion. I'm not just sure if we should change the background or he can stay this way. So allow me just to briefly comment on what Forrest just said. These results, even though at the first sight they might not look that great, but they are quite encouraging for all of us working on building the ecosystem, because it's important to know your reality, to be able to address properly the issues in front of you and the challenges that you are facing. So in terms of building the ecosystem, it's really important to have something like an ecosystem generator, and that is what Bio4Campus will be. This unique multidisciplinary complex will bring together academia, science, but also businesses, both small but big ones as well. And that is exactly what I was thinking about when we discussed who should be the speakers for this panel, because we wanted to give you the flavor of each and every stakeholder that you are going to meet within the campus and through the platform that Bio4Campus represents in terms of collaboration and connecting together with other people. So allow me to just briefly welcome my speakers. So welcome Ignacio, Natasha, and Goran. It's my great pleasure to have you here today on this stage. And I think that each and every one of you has a different perspective, but a very complementary one to what we are about to discuss when it comes to building the actual ecosystems. And I would like to start with you, Ignacio. Your career path is an exceptional example of what's actually going on right now in the life sciences. The intersection of fields that at the first sight look hard to connect. Your background educationally is in cancer research, and now you are working together with Philip Morris International. And I'm sure that people in the audience would like to hear more about how come a cancer researcher joins the PMI. And please share with us your story.
All right. So thank you. First of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I can understand how it may sound odd that somebody like me ends up working in a tobacco company. But when you think about it, there is a very good reason. And actually, for me, it was the obvious choice. I've loved science all my life. I had my first microscope when I was like 6 years old, my first chemistry set when I was 7. So I knew that biology and biochemistry was going to be my future. I did my studies in Spain. Then I was working in the US in cancer biology. And when PMI contacted me, I was the first surprised. What in the world a company like that wants with me? And I was very skeptical. And I have the chance to go and visit their facilities, and I had a plan. I wanted to find pokes in the narrative and find a justification for me not to join the company. But when I got there, I was blown away. I was blown away with the facilities, with the capabilities, with the technology. I was blown away with the talent, with all those scientists from many different disciplines are working together. And I was blown away by the value proposition of the company, which was very interesting for me as a scientist. I had spent at the time more than a decade working on understanding the molecular mechanisms of diseases, so why diseases develop, with the idea, with the hope, that if you understand why the problem occurs, you can find a solution to fix the problem. And what PMI was proposing is to take a step back, and instead of trying to fix something that is already broken, if you can reduce the harm, you can reduce the risk of the problem happening, the impact on public health is going to be just huge. So obviously, for me, it was really interesting. And then there's a second point, which is I always believe that change comes from within. Change comes with action. As a cancer biologist, I'm very, very familiar with the harms of smoking. And here I have in front of me a company that their goal, their vision, was to put an end to cigarettes, to make cigarettes something obsolete, something that you see in a museum. And they were asking for my help. So if I can contribute to change what at the time was a vision into a reality, count me in. And I would say just something else to end. That was probably the best decision that I took, and it was the basis for me to finding my ikigai, my reason, my purpose. The ikigai, it has 4 pillars. If you can find something that you're good at, something that you love, something that the world needs, something that is not only beneficial for you, but for those around it. And on top of that, you can get paid for it. You hit the jackpot. So that was joining the company, the purpose, my ikigai. So that's the reason why I joined.
Thank you for sharing. And here we have Natasha, a lady who is successfully wearing and changing various hats, from being the dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, but also closely advising scientific community and being involved with the businesses. Could you please share with us your impression about how Serbian scientific community can work first with each other, but also with other stakeholders, being in the first place the industry? And if you could share some examples as well.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's really a pleasure. And as I was listening to Ignacio, it's really, when you do something what is your passion, then it's really a pleasure and enjoy to do it. And I always believed in connection between industry and academia. And to answer to your question, I do believe that we have excellent people in Serbia. It's not only believing, but also seeing and meeting various research groups, scientific community, startups, spin-off companies. We have potential. But let me, to explain more detail, just go back, because if you look at how the development of biotech medicines looks like, that it's long, complex, that we are starting from targeting to understanding disease, finding a target, right molecule, manufacturing, clinical trials, registration. We see that there is a room for various disciplines, from biology, chemistry, technology, economy, law, etc. So there are only few companies in the world that have it all. So that means that at each of these this segment, our research groups, our startups can jump in. So there is a place and room for us, for our innovation community, but it needs to be supported, and it needs to be to reach out and to be pulled out, that they can be seen and connected. And I will tell you two examples how it can be done. One is recent, and that's really an excellent project between Philip Morris and Nalet, where the idea was that the company shares some scientific questions, some challenges to research community, to innovation community, asking for support to solve these challenges. So the NALET formed a scientific board which consists of various experts. I'm in that board as well. And our task was to map various research groups in Serbia and try to match. And it's really, it's challenging, because on the other side you have a company, and on the other side you have a science research groups, and sometimes even if they're talking about the same thing, they don't talk in the same language. So we're kind of bridging that two groups, trying to find a perfect match. So it has to be facilitated in a way to do the fine-tuning, to personalize communication and collaboration. So that's the way how you can do it. And while doing this, we had a chance to meet different innovative, creative people and groups in Serbia. So that's why I believe that we have potential. The other example is a bit older. It's some 10, 12 years ago at the Institute for Molecular Genetics and Genetical Engineering, when two ladies started to run that institute, and they realized that they need to put their science in more proactive role, position. So we kind of did the mapping and potential of the different research groups at the Institute, so that they can be more exposed toward companies, toward collaboration, to various stakeholders, let's put it in that way. And I think that EMGG is now a flag institute, how it can be done in Serbia.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the insights. Goran, I can't think of a better person to talk about the value of international partnerships and what they actually bring to the table. With your background in biotech and you being now involved in various projects around the globe, I would like to ask you to share, first of all, a few details about your career path, and then if we can tackle a bit how these partnerships affect technological developments, the development of people, but also science. So what are the main lessons learned?
Thank you for having me, and a pleasure to be here with you. Okay, so speaking of international partnerships and my career path, I was working internationally basically from the beginning of my career in 5 different countries for different R&D institutions, innovation institutions. I would say from a small spin-off company here in Belgrade to the center that I work now for, that is a large European center, 1,500 people, Technalia is called. In all cases, I would say that what we have as a mission, as innovators or people that work in research and development, is to transform our society. No question is now to transform it locally, in a small community, with a few people, or to transform it in a scale that would be having, like, say, a global relevance. No? Speaking here of Bio4, center that in size and in ambition is something like Technalia, we are speaking of 1,000+ people involved. I think it's not a commodity, it's a necessity to work through international partnerships. Principally, there are 4 reasons to do so. One is that challenges that we are facing as a society are now in R&D, they are global. So there is no such a thing like a local innovation, local challenge that can be a target for a center like Bio4. So you will be looking at the global challenges, and seldomly, due to the nature of those challenges, we have many examples, corona situation or multiple presented challenges that were in a previous presentation from our colleague that was speaking about artificial intelligence, that you can resolve all of them by yourself. So let's say ideas and talents, which are pillars of a good R&D and innovation situation or center, is something that comes to be insufficient to tackle global challenges in many situations, so we reach out for talents, ideas, and challenges internationally and globally. Not to forget the last one, which is very important, because speaking of centers that have 1,000+ people, we are roughly speaking of 100 million euros per year that you need from financing, so the resource as well. The resource that we would like to address with one large center is something that we need to address globally. It's very difficult to expect that on a yearly basis you will have this from a city of Belgrade or only from Serbia. So let's say our market, our target is global. Talent recruitment should be global. We should use all that the world is offering today. We can think of teams which are connecting and bringing value together. Experiences, or let's say what can be drawbacks and very positive things. So I will give a few examples of very successful stories that we had through international partnerships. One of them is called H2 Site. It's a company that we have created 3 years ago, that in the first round raised 10 million euros, in a second 40, and now in the last one, 100 million. It's about production of hydrogen on site. But where did it come from? In fact, it came from one very good place to exercise international partnerships, that is Horizon Europe framework. No? So it came with University of Eindhoven and Technalia, from 2 stakeholders in one European project, but then it grew rapidly in 3 years to something that I'm telling you that is comparable to the turnover of the whole organization. Second example could be Technalia Serbia. So 10 years ago, Technalia created a center here in Belgrade in collaboration with our government and University of Belgrade, with Faculty of Electrical Engineering, that now is a viable organization bringing value to society here, but also to society in Spain. So in that sense, I will only say one more thing to close it. What kind of partnerships one large center needs? So there are three pillars. One is with very natural with the research community. That's also the obvious one. Researchers that gather around one challenge, they naturally should collaborate, and normally they do collaborate in successful consortiums. Then there is another one that is responsible industry, like we have a colleague here from Philip Morris. Industry is important because they are actually giving a shape to where this innovation and research and development should end, to bring the real, let's say, maximize the value for society by having innovative products which are actually changing our lives. Not many examples on this. And the third one, and I think is the one that people normally neglect. It's the governmental support. It is how the governments of the regions and nations globally are recognizing R&D, or do they recognize R&D as a very important vehicle for societal transformation. And I think we come back to this later, but I think that Bio4 should enable, especially the governance and the organization of Bio4 should enable that those three pillars are represented and sitting in one table. So R&D, community, industry, and government.
Thank you, Goran, and thank you for mentioning Horizon. It's quite popular here among our scientific community, and I'm sure there are more ways for us to benefit from the Horizon projects and those kinds of collaborations. So Ignacio, Philip Morris is known as a pioneer and as a company that is investing a lot in innovation, especially when it comes to the open innovation concept. And I would now like to ask you to briefly speak about how one traditional company made a very significant transition towards being the leader in terms of innovation investments.
Good, thank you. So, when you think about the tobacco industry, words like technology, innovation, research is not really what comes to mind initially. But when you look at PMI over the last 15 years, really what we've seen is a complete shift on the business model, a complete transformation on the company, and I would say to a great extent as an outcome of the industry, into a company that has science, technology, innovation really at the core of what we do and our vision for the future. And this didn't happen overnight. It was not easy. There's always challenges. But it was based, I would say personally, on three things, on the why, the what, and the how. The why embarking into that adventure? Well, because we know very clearly that smoking is harmful and increases the risk of disease. And the best thing that anybody can do is not to start, and if you smoke, to quit. But there's a reality. That is that the majority of the smokers, they continue to smoke. In the whole world, there's around 1 billion smokers. In Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, there's around 34% of smoking prevalence. So the idea is for those people that are going to continue smoking, can we provide something else, something that is better, that can help them to move away from cigarettes? And we decided to do that by investing in innovation to develop alternative products that scientifically they are substantiated, that are better than continuous smoking. And in order to do that, we also have to change our culture, our way of thinking, our business model, because first of all, with the humility to understand that we didn't know how to do it, that we needed help by bringing talent, by partnering with people that really could help us, to have the flexibility, to have the agility to adapt and to really have the focus on how we bring together that science and technology. And as we move through that journey of transformation, something that we also have clear is we wanted to leverage on that transformation, those learnings that we were going, and give something back. And that's the particular case in Serbia, for example, where we started with a number of initiatives really to try to bring together industry and academia and bring innovation to Serbia, because we have a long-standing relationship with the country. And this was driven also by persistence and drive from our colleagues in Serbia. I think it's something that it's really in their nature, that really led the way internally and externally to show us to everybody that this was the right thing to do. And this is why we started initiatives like StarTech, PMI Novia, where there's been over the last 4 years over 900 submissions and 80 projects that are funded, which I think it's fantastic. But it's not something that we did alone. And for that to happen, you obviously need talent. And that's something that in Serbia, what I've seen today, and it's very clear, is that you have lots of it. We talked before, it's the land of Tesla, but also many advancements in many areas. So you have the talent, you have the industry, but that's not enough. Because you need, to your point, to connect the dots. And this is where you need partners, colleagues, friends that help you to do that. And we are extremely grateful to NALED, to our scientific board, Natasha and all the colleagues, for really helping us, bringing and connecting the dots together for this to happen. Last but not least, government support is fundamental because government support from the Ministry of Innovation, government to really create the regulatory and policy space that allows this ecosystem to flourish and to translate great ideas into action, it requires that type of support, whether it's by eliminating or trying to decrease the burdens, the bureaucracy. Creating a startup is a daunting task in many, many countries. These sort of things, combining them together, I think it's very, very important. And when I look at Bio4 and what is the idea behind, I see reflected many of the learnings, many of the key pillars that I believe are driving innovation, and that I'm sure this will translate into this project, this objective, really resulting in something that it creates growth in terms of economic, societal, and growth for scientists.
Thank you. When we were developing the Bio4 campus concept, we were looking at many different campuses around the globe, how these societies and ecosystems are organized for us to be able to skip some of the mistakes, because we don't have that much time, neither the resources to wait for 20 years for Bio4 campus to become successful. And in that regard, I would like to ask Natasha, having in mind that you lived in Netherlands, if you could just draw the parallel between the Serbian and Dutch ecosystem in terms of biotechnology.
Okay. Well, obviously, there are smart people there, there are smart people here, so that's not an issue. I think that Ignacio and Goran mentioned what Dutch ecosystem had, let's say, when they started in biotechnology a few decades ago. They had support of all stakeholders, and they had a good interaction and good connection. So in a way that if you start from the early beginning, so from PhD, they know whom to address if they have a technology transfer question or patent question, etc. So it is accepted that not every scientist needs to be entrepreneur, but if there is a talent among them, that he or she will be fully supported. They also have a funding system. That's something that's going on in Serbia as well, but it needs to be embraced, and as the is with Bio4 at one place. So in that sense, Dutch system is kind of far advanced, but we can catch it with it if we, of course, do it as it's planned. Also, what is also important, and what I find significant different than it is here, is that the mobility interaction is a bit more, it's better, or it has, because, for example, you hardly can find a person that finished a PhD at one institution that stays until pension. So they kind of push their people to go and to come back with some innovation or with a different way of thinking, etc. So that's also, I think, important to consider. Also, it's not only on academia side, industry is also more proactive. If I look back at my PhD, I had like 6, 7 industrial partners in PhD. So one was supplying antibodies, the other was supplying analytics. So they're also interested in what the research is doing. So that's also a way of connecting. And one also good example of initiatives that, for example, in biotech, you can have excellent laboratory work, but you need to scale it up to the first in human. So you have to have a high-quality product that can be allowed to be tested in humans. And small startups do not have the funding for that. So what they did in the Netherlands is that the Ministry of Economical Affairs made a joint venture with the biggest pharma industry at that time. So they made a joint company and made a facility which was shared. So one part was for the pharma company, the other part was for the startups that were coming with their projects. So in that sense, they had the possibility to develop their product to a scale that can be used to test in humans, but they also had a quality system of pharma industry. So, and that was provided by a big pharma industry. So that's also a way to do it. So as a lesson learned is that we have it, but now we have to gather them together, various stakeholders, and we have to facilitate cooperation to be more interactive. So that's basically it.
Thank you. A great example of cross-Europe partnership is the project that we are now kicking off with Tecnalia. So the Bio4 company and Tecnalia have been awarded with €1 million worth project from the Spanish government. And that way, Spanish government recognized the importance of growing the ecosystem in Serbia related to the biotechnology, to enable the environment for Spanish companies to expand their R&D activities to Serbia. And Goran, I think that it would be great if you could address the Serbian scientific community, which is today with us. Most of them are from science. How would you encourage them to join us in this endeavor, and how they can benefit from the project that we are now realizing here?
Well, firstly to say I'm very happy personally and professionally that we, after this wonderful journey with you and your team, we won the project. There are not too many projects like this. It's a very particular, it's called FIEM, it's a particular funding of Spanish Ministry of Technological Development and Tourism. And this came as a consequence of a governmental meeting that was held roughly one and a half year ago, where two ministers and the Prime Minister from our side agreed that we should actually open certain doors, but also for not only exchange in terms of exports, imports, and to make a better balance, but also for organizations like Bio4 and Tecnalia, which are working in a segment of R&D, this type of activity. And what we have done is we propose something, again, very unusual for this type of funding that is normally oriented to exports from Spain. But we had solid grounds for this. So firstly, very much welcomed by Bio4 to come and support as a large center from Spain. And another thing that we have already presence here in Serbia. So the way that we should be working in a project that is already defined with the scope of the project is, firstly, we will speak and work about the governance and the merger. What now I think is important to address to you, to those of you here that are going to be part of a Bio4 initiative. Tecnalia has a great experience, but not always very pleasant experience in merging from 8 centers. We here in Bio4, we will have a similar situation. We will have different institutes, faculties, groups of excellence that are joining. On top of this, we will also have, let's say, part of the industry that is coming there to be tendons, but all of this should be under one roof, meaning having one root, but also having one roof. This roof is a Bio4. So what I would like to say is that, firstly, we need to think how to set up an efficient governance which will help all of you to become really one center, which means one culture, one identity, strongly collaborating with minimum of friction. This doesn't work easy because normally what happens is that in each of the centers you will have certain overlaps. If not in technological expertise, then in the part that is a back office, many people, many positions, many directors need now to sit together and decide who among them will be inside of the roof and the rest of you will be the followers. So governance is very important, and the merger is a very, very difficult process. Even though it sounds very logical when it's on a paper, in reality it's quite difficult, takes time, requires patience. So I would like to encourage everyone to be patient, to think in a positive way, and to think of Bio4 as a big future. So it's a big picture there. Once you are there, everything is okay. So we lived through till 2011 till 2014 really to some small merger nightmare, but after this we had a leverage that we are the 4th center in size in Europe and that we are the largest private center in Spain. So okay, it gives a lot of leverage when we come to one client, even the largest one that we can imagine, or when we come to one type of funding, we are perceived differently. Second point where I think we should work together, and it's anticipated by the project Tecnalia to Bio4, is about monetization. It's something, in fact, that I will be working with you directly. This means, where do we eat? We need to think that such a large center has a huge cost. We cannot eat from one plate. So ideally, we would all have large contracts with industry. That's at the end of the road. That's beautiful. But before this, we need to create a content that we will present to the industry and maybe, hopefully, introduce in their portfolio. For this, we need to start with something that would be public funding, no? Here and in Europe. Then public-private partnership, it would be pre-commercial public procurements. For all of this, you will need to work, as we spoke before, in international or national alliances, but even before this, in alliances inside of Bio4. In this ecosystem, your first ecosystem, sharing equipment, sharing ideas, sharing members of the team, and trying to attack all of those three types of funding. It's important to notice that what I didn't say is that we are speaking of different technological readiness level for different assets and technologies that you will have inside of Bio4, that you will bring to Bio4, no? So for each one of them, you will need one of those three, or even all of them in the same time, but the blend of funding that you will use in a certain moment will determine if your development, if the future of your innovation is going to be a success story, like we have three that are mentioned here, exits with companies that are sold, spin-offs, or licenses that we can license to someone who will pay to us to produce what we invent, innovate, and develop, or they are going to be 10 or 20 years of development without any clear exit. So for you now in Bio4, and in the second point of our conversation that we will have inside of this project, will be not to think about scientific relevance, which is I publish well. This is a secondary issue. In monetization, we will speak where do we eat, how do we get it. And the third, I would say, for you probably will be the most interesting one. We will make missions to exchange people between Spain and Serbia and to establish technological alliances, to establish alliances which are based on identified complementarity between different centers in Spain and in Serbia. We will not limit only to Spain, it will be our focus, of course, but we will use a network of offices that Tecnalia has in China, in France, in Italy, in Colombia, and of course in Spain. And we will work also through those offices to establish more than only Spain to Serbia relations, but let's imagine more institutional between Bio4 and Tecnalia with all the capacities we have.
Thank you, Goran. And they are warning me that the time is out, so allow me to wrap up this great discussion by asking you the last question. Having in mind that Bio4 team is also here, I would like to ask you for one key recommendation that you will have for us, being the front runners of building and establishing the ecosystem here in Serbia by building the Bio4 campus. And I would like to start with you, Ignacio.
The only thing I can think of is to consider a holistic approach, make sure it's a holistic approach where not only you have all the pieces together, but really in terms of networking opportunities, in terms of training on how really, from a business planning perspective, from how to negotiate, how to pitch, all the different details that we necessarily not always think about, but that help change, again, an idea into an actual project and solution.
Thank you. Natasha?
Well, I think it will be excellent at the end. You can achieve that you are one-stop shop or the door for Serbian biotech ecosystem for all outside partners. So that means that you will be, you map perfectly what we have in-house in the country, that we know who are the research groups, what can they offer, and that we also know what's going on abroad, so that you make a perfect information transport through the doors of Bio4.
Thank you. Goran?
First to say that so far what I saw, and I would like to say this publicly, you and your team, I mean, you're doing a tremendous job now, so keep on doing it.
Thank you.
The second thing, I already mentioned it, I would like to see a center where you and your team are giving to everyone who is there and involved together with you in this journey, perspective of government, industry, and R&D community. And I think that your team is composed like this, and I think that you can give it, and I think that's the way to succeed.
Thank you. I wanted actually to open the floor for questions, but since we are out of time, I would like to kindly ask you to approach the speakers. They will be somewhere around once we officially close the conference. And thank you for the great insights, and thank you for the advices. We were really listening closely to everything that you said, and hopefully we will implement a lot of that in our day-to-day work. Thank you all for being here with us today, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. This was great, especially those advices at the end. I was so excited to see the Bio4 campus running in 2027. I haven't heard you, Elena.
I just wanted to remind you that that's going to be my home.
Bio4 campus is going to be your home. Well,
yes.
my inner digital persona would probably be jealous.
Well, if you had an inner digital persona, it probably wouldn't be jealous at all.
Fair enough. As we conclude today's event, it is my pleasure to introduce our final guest, Jelena Bojović, Director of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Serbia. A leader in biotechnology and AI, Jelena has been instrumental in driving reforms that unite science, industry and government to foster innovation in healthcare. Her work is positioning Serbia as a hub for biotech excellence. Please welcome Jelena Bojović to the stage.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, distinguished minister, it is my pleasure today to close today's event on behalf of the whole team who organized the Biotech Future Forum. This conference is not only a platform for the exchange of ideas, but also a step towards shaping the future of biotechnology and artificial intelligence in this region, and we hope beyond. I want to thank all of our speakers. Firstly, I want to thank Mr. Yankopoulos for, I would say, inspiring speech, and who helped us understand or re-emphasize the importance of failing in order to be successful. I also want to thank other keynote speakers, Mr. Mandić, Mr. Tomašević, also Mr. Cmiljanović, for coming back to Serbia all the time, and hope to stay here as well. As well, Mr. Vojt, who couldn't be here, but gave, I would say, an excellent speech to all of us. But besides thanking to all of our keynotes, I want to give a special thank to Minister Begović, because I think that we all share the same feeling here. She's our leader, and I also want to thank her for being such a remarkable representative of the biotech community of Serbia. So thank you so much. In addition, Mihailo is not here, the director of the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. Sorry, he took my role then, so quickly. So I want to thank the director of the IT office of the government of Serbia, Mihailo, for his knowledge, but also for his stability and being there for us for all the time. He's someone who makes us secure through the data center and secure data and sharing data, but also someone who helped us for the past 3 years to grow our Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. Today, we talked about global trends, challenges and opportunities that we face in the era of biotech and AI. But we also talked about how we can improve the quality of life of all of us. We had 6, I would say, interesting panels, and one was the impact of AI on everyday life. Second, curing cancer with innovation, very interesting one. Power of genetic data, mine, the best one. Advancing medicine for tomorrow, seeds of sustainability, and also unusual data, particles, biology, space. We wanted also to have the nautical data as well, but unfortunately, maybe next time. I want to thank all of our moderators, Branka, Vlada, Ksenia, Miloš, Ajtug, Zoran, Smilja, and of course, Elena. Is she there? No. Our final panel, led by the director of the Bio4 campus, showed the remarkable results and potentials of Bio4 campus in Serbia. and sent us, I believe, a clear message that we are investing in our future, striving to create an intellectual center in Serbia that will attract talent and investment. With over 1,000 people registered today, and 37 international speakers coming from 15 countries and 4 continents, we demonstrated our commitment to create biotech and AI community in Serbia. I also want to thank UNDP and World Economic Forum for their support, not only for this forum, but also for the establishment of the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, that is the only one in Balkans and third one in Europe. I want to give kudos to our sponsors, and of course, I want to thank the whole team of the Ministry of Science, IT Office and E-Government, and of course, my own Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, Brana, Dragana, Daca, Valentina, Nemanja and Dušica. Thank you so much. They cried and smiled in the last month while completing the conference. In order to conclude, I just want to remind all of us, the global biotechnology market was valued approximately 500 billion in 2021 and is reaching 1 trillion in 2028, growing at the rate of 7%. Synthetic messenger RNA vaccines saved nearly 20 million lives. Global synthetic biology market reached 13 billion. Synthetic biology has 23% annual growth rate, 23%. AI, 29% growth rate. Electric vehicles are less than that. We're doing well. Serbia is investing 500 million in Bio4 campus, over 100 million in AI. And this is why I believe that the next year, 2025, will be marked with extraordinary life-saving innovations in AI, and thus I invite you to the next Biotech Future Forum in October 2025. Thank you all for being patient.
Thank you, Mrs. Bojic, for this uplifting speech at the end. So, back to Elena. Elena, how did you like your first moderating job?
Oh, I liked it very much. I learned a lot, made some friends, but I think I will stick with my profession, helping scientists.
I like that you enjoy this, and I hope that you really enjoyed it. I think you might have some talent for the job, and now when we are so hyperlinked, maybe we should do another one next year.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But first, I would like to invite our guests to join us for a cocktail and discuss science partnerships, even if they want to gossip about our colleagues or whatever.
Sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we've come to the end of this year's AI for Life Biotech Future Forum. Today we've explored how AI and biotechnology are not only transforming our present, but will be critical in shaping the future ahead. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks for your valuable contributions to the discussions and for sharing your insights. I hope today's forum has sparked new ideas, formed new partnership, and opened up fresh perspectives. Enjoy Belgrade, enjoy Serbia, and see you in 2025.